For purposes of this hearing, no.
Okay, all right. 122 Charlie will be admitted for purposes of this motion. Go ahead and play it, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Do we have, are we up on?
Let's see.
Are we up?
I think we are. Miss Umana sent out a link.
Your Honor, while the state is doing that, may I approach with the cases?
I have them, remember? You sent them to me in your Dropbox.
Would you like a copy of the case?
Sure. But Ms. Weaver said she'd like a copy, so go ahead. Okay. I'll give it back to you. All right. Thanks for seeing. All right.
Atlanta 911 operator 6197. What's the address of the emergency?
It's not an emergency. The guy that shot the girl out Cleveland Avenue, he's in my friend's apartment and she's panicking. She don't know what to do.
Okay, what's going on?
There's a guy, I guess somebody must have shot somebody over where I said over here in Somerdale. But you cannot come to my house or to my house.
Okay, ma'am. When I'm coming to your location, I just need to know what's going on. If somebody shot recently?
Yeah, about 5 police say where I am.
Okay. What's the location?
It's over here on Cleveland Avenue.
Cleveland Avenue. What else, ma'am? I need numbers or 2 Cross Street.
Old Hateville.
Old Hateville in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes. I don't want to talk loud. I don't want to get myself in no trouble.
That's fine. Okay. You said okay, the mill is inside of what home?
My friend's apartment. She's panicking. She don't know what to do.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
But she got her mom and her baby now.
Okay. All right. And what's the
number? We stay in the new townhouses in Somerdale. And she said building C, but I'm not for sure what the apartment number is. But she said building C, when you coming around, you come through the gate.
Okay, so who was shot?
I have no idea, babe. I can't tell y'all that. I don't know. All that I know, she came to my house and told me that the guy that shot my name, Young Thug, what it's supposed to be, shot somebody and the guy is in her house. So I don't know how y'all can do that. I'm trying to have you on the phone.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you saying the female won't answer the phone?
I just tried to call her phone. And she got her baby and her mama now.
Okay, all right. And do you want to leave your name or number?
No.
Okay.
Please don't call me back.
Yes, ma'am.
She know my children. No.
Okay. All right.
I want to come back and retaliate this thing.
Okay. What's the apartment or the duplex name?
Sommerdale Townhouse. Not the old Sommerdale, they the new one.
Okay, is there a gate code to get in?
They call it now. You got to have a gate code get in, but the back gate is open.
Okay.
Everybody standing out here.
Okay. Okay, we'll get somebody out.
Yeah, I'm trying to get her out the house all the moment, but they want us to phone now. Okay. I don't know what did you panic.
Okay, but she's in the building C, correct?
You come around when you come through the gate, come around, but I'm not for sure what the number is on her apartment number.
All right, we'll get somebody out, okay?
All right, please don't tell us how to make the call.
Yes, ma'am, they won't call you back, and I don't have your name.
All right, thanks.
All right. All right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I will move for purpose of this motion, the transcript that everybody has, I assume is using, unless you already did that.
Your Honor, I prefer that the call speak for itself and the transcript is not pertinent to and not evidence of what's on the call. So
What's the purpose of the transcript, Mr. Steele?
For the record, Your Honor, and it assists us in talking about it, and I served it on the state Friday. Didn't hear back any issues, so like any other transcript, I understand the recording is the evidence for purpose of me in the argument.
I'll admit for a 104 determination at this point.
And I'll mark it, Mr. Williams, number A, if that's okay, since it's a motion, Your Honor, dated today. And I'm going to give it to the court.
Yes, you may.
Okay. So, Your Honor, where we start is there's two issues as the court I would like the court to address. The first one is the confrontation clause, and in a confrontation clause situation, and we're dealing with a 911 recording. There is nothing special about a 911 recording. I saw that the state's reply this morning said that 911 recordings are generally admissible. That's not accurate. That comes right out of Pitts versus State, which I've given the court. The court has.
Yes, sir.
You have to go and look at. In fact, it's the opposite. Some courts say, the New York court, which is mentioned in Pitts, say that 911 recordings are always confrontational because it's a citizen or a caller talking with the authorities. But Georgia said what we're going to do is, yes, it could be confrontational, but it may not be confrontation clause implication. We have to look at each case on a case-by-case basis. Pitts, of course, Your Honor, just for the record, is 280 Georgia 288. It's 627 Southeast 2D 17, 2006. And that came out right after Crawford versus Washington was pronounced in the United States Supreme Court in March of 2000, or in 2004. So this is the first pronouncement on a 911 recording by Georgia, and that's why I used it. And Your Honor, in footnote 11, just because it's old and our evidence code changed, in footnote 11 of Spratlin, SPRATLIN versus State, that's 366 Georgia Appeal, 607-883 Southeast 2D 847 2023 case, they cite to Pitts versus State. And they talk about the confrontation clause implications. So we first have to talk, if you don't mind, and you have to wrestle with and make a decision on confrontation clause implication. Then, and only then, if you do say that I've failed in my effort to say that this is testimonial, then you have to look at the statutory hearsay evidence and whether there is an exception to the general rule that hearsay is not admissible. The state this morning filed a brief that I read right before your court began the proceedings, or a response, I guess. And they said that if the court does not find a confrontation clause violation and the court does not find excited utterance or present sense impression under the hearsay statute to be met by the state, They then asked for the court to wrestle with 24-8-807, which is the residual clause to hearsay exception, but that cannot be used because the state never gave pre-hearing notice that they were going to use that exception, and that exception is rarely used, and I'll give you those cases. Going back to where we start, though, Your Honor, going to Pitts versus State, and I cited this in the brief that Mr. Williams filed, as you said, on Sunday evening, which would have been, I think, the 18th of February, 2024. And the issue is this, that Your Honorable Court has to do, is Mr. Williams and everyone, God forbid, charged with a crime, have the right to confront the witness. That's how we start. That's how the Constitution put it out. That's generally, in every case, what needs to be done in a criminal setting for the accused. The state has no confrontation clause rights because it's the rights given to the people by the Constitution. So these witnesses or witness, either one of them, the supposed caller or the supposed unknown neighbor, they are not being called as witnesses at our trial. So therefore, it starts out with, this is inadmissible. It's just inadmissible on confrontation clause, unless the court finds that this call is not testimonial. If it's not testimonial, then under Crawford versus Washington, the highest court in our country said, well, that doesn't implicate the confrontation clause, because confrontation clause is some utterance being made for the purpose of an arrest, a prosecution, of possible evidence in a trial. So if it's used for that purpose, so that's a primary purpose, doesn't have to be the sole purpose, but the primary purpose, then the evidence cannot come in because these witnesses are not here. If the primary purpose, however, is to stop an ongoing situation, so the victim in the Pitts case, she is married to Mr. Pitts. She is being beaten. She is calling 911. The 911 call is being hung up. She is getting back with 911. Eventually, it doesn't go through the call. The police come out because they have the address. The police find her in a shambles. The place is a mess. They arrest Mr. Pitts. Comes time to trial, Miss Pitts says, which is valid, under the marital privilege, I'm not testifying against my husband. So she's unavailable. She's not there. So what the trial court did is say, I'm letting in a 911 call because I find that the victim, Miss Pitts, was observing, seeing, because you have to do both confrontation clause and hearsay, this situation, and she was not calling to have Mr. Pitts arrested for something. She was calling to save her life, what they call an ongoing emergency situation. Because of that, the primary purpose, according to the trial court, and then of course it's affirmed by the Honorable Supreme Court of Georgia, they said this is close, but they said we're going to affirm the trial court. They said that because the victim made the call, because the victim was in the throes of an ongoing emergency situation, she needed help. It was not something to just make an arrest. Our case, I think, stopped right away with the first words uttered by the caller, because it's the caller now. It's the caller calling for an emergency situation. And the caller's first words when the 911 operator said, you know, what's your emergency? The caller immediately said, it's, and then there's 3 dots. It's not an emergency on Mr. Williams' motion, excuse me, Mr. Williams' Exhibit A, as in Alpha Elisa. Then the next information gets all involved, and it's a short call, but there's a lot of information. The caller does not really know what's going on. The caller says immediately after that, this is not emergency. She states the guy that shot the guy over here off Cleveland Avenue, he's in my friend's apartment, and she's panicking. She don't know what to do. 911 operator said, what's going on? The unknown caller says, the guy, I guess, she's speculating. Somebody must have shot somebody over here where I stay at over in Summerdale, but you cannot come to my house or through my house. So what she is saying is she is repeating information that she doesn't know if anyone got shot, but she guessed that, assuming that, and we really don't know the basis. Maybe she knows it because she was told it by the neighbor. Maybe she knows it because she heard it on the news. Maybe she really never knew it at all, but saw police officers in her apartment complex. So this is something where we ask the honorable court to analyze, is this really an emergency? And the reason I say that is because the caller is also not panicked by saying, you got to get here now, you got to get here now. The caller is constantly saying, I don't want my name to be used. I don't want my children's name to be used. You don't have my address, don't have my telephone number. You can't have my name because I don't want retribution. That is the key to this is going to be an arrest. Person is going to find out who's arrested that I made the call and I don't want to be involved. That is totally for purposes of arrest and prosecution, which does trigger testimonial evidence. And if it's testimonial evidence, Mr. Williams gets to confront the person. Unknown caller says that you're on 1, 2, 3, 6 lines up from the bottom of Mr. Williams A. The caller says, yes, I don't want to talk loud because I don't want to get myself in no trouble. So she's not saying you got to get here, you got to get here, you got to get here now. She has the wherewithal to say, I don't want to be involved. After that, on page 2 of Mr. Williams A for today, the operator asked at the very top where the operator is speaking for the first time, okay, so who was shot? And the unknown caller says, I have no idea, baby. I promise you, I can't tell you all that I don't know. And then she goes through, the only thing I know is that my neighbor, she, but I'm assuming the neighbor, came running. She came to my house, told me the guy that shot somebody named Young Thug or whoever that's supposed to be, shot somebody and the guy is in her house. So I don't know, y'all can do that. I'm trying to get her out of the house, but she won't answer the phone. So I asked the court to understand and consider this. When I went through this, I realized that the neighbor then was in the house, according to the caller, but then left the house. So somehow the neighbor's not trapped in the house. The neighbor then returned to her own house. That's what's going on here in this 911 call. So clearly, this is not an emergency where the neighbor comes over to the caller's house and says, call the police. My child and my mother are there, and there's a person in there that's threatening us. I need to run. I need to go back in and help my mother and my daughter because it's an ongoing emergency situation. That didn't happen because we know that the neighbor, according to this caller, if any of it's true, the neighbor comes over, somehow freely leaves her apartment. She doesn't say she escaped from the apartment. She doesn't say that she was being beaten in the apartment. She doesn't say anything. And she uses this term to then say she went back. In addition to that, Your Honor, after the neighbor leaves the apartment of the caller does not call 911 immediately because the caller is telling the 911 operator later on, it says, my neighbor will not answer the phone. But then on page 2 of Mr. Williams A, five callers up from the bottom, it says unknown female. That's them calling now. Meaning that the neighbor went back to her home or went wherever she went, and she made a phone call to the caller, unknown caller calling 911. That means that all of this is a mishmash. In addition to that, the only place in here that names what I'm going to say, I'm going to adopt Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug. Where did that information come from? It can be presumed that it came from the unknown neighbor, but did it come from someone else? Because it says that shot somebody named Young Thug or whoever that's supposed to be. So was Young Thug shot? Did Young Thug do a shooting? I don't know, but when it says somebody named Young Thug or whoever that's supposed to be, without this caller here asking her questions, pointed questions, saying, where did you get that information from? It is a violation of Confrontation Clause rights. And Pitt says that if you find some statements testimonial, some statements non-testimonial, you redact the statements that are testimonial. Where Young Thug, whether he was shot, it says that shot somebody named Young Thug, whether Mr. Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams, was shot or not, or did the shooting. The bottom line is that doesn't go to the emergency. That information comes from somewhere that we have the right to cross-examine. So that would have to be at the minimum redacted, respectfully. I think the whole thing is testimonial, though. At the end of it, Your Honor, the two line in page 3 of Mr. Williams' exhibit A, as in Elisa Alpha, if you go up to the first time that the caller is speaking on that page, it says unknown female. All right, please don't tell anyone I made this call. That does away with all of the belief that when you're in a panic, you're calling for help, you don't think about things like, don't tell them I called, because it's supposed to be so fresh that the only issue is, I need help, my building is on fire. I need help, the glass just broke and I'm covered in bleeding. I need help, I just had a heart attack, and I'm laying on the ground, I'm losing consciousness. I'm not worried about, by the way, retaliation or don't use my name. So, Your Honor, for all of those reasons, or any one of those reasons, I respectfully ask this honorable court under Pitts versus State that this 911 call, and the words that they use is bears, which is B-E-A-R-S, testimony, quote unquote, against Mr. Williams and implicates the Confrontation Clause. That is an objective standard. That is an objective standard. That is not a, that is a reasonable person. It's not the caller's standard. In addition, Your Honor, under Pitts goes through the long process, and all these cases go through a long process, that the caller was or was not in immediate peril. Here, the caller is in no peril. She is reporting something of somebody else. She didn't see anything. And that's in Pitts versus State. And they specifically wrote, our highest court wrote, the caller was not in immediate peril, but was calling to report the defendant's whereabouts description and the fact he had violated a court order. And they're citing to a New York case. It's State versus Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. So, Your Honor, here the caller was not panicked. She said it's not an emergency. I'm not going to repeat, but it's all of the issues that I am raising. If Your Honorable Court finds that this was testimonial in part, and you redact some, but don't redact some of the call because you find that some of it's non-testimonial, that is what you're supposed to do, and that again is under Pitts.
What about if this phone call were made to thwart an ongoing crime, which arguably might be occurring? How would you respond to that?
It depends on the circumstances. So,
All right, well, we got this circumstance.
this circumstance is, we really don't know if there's an ongoing crime. She doesn't know. She says somebody's in there that was shot or shot.
She's relaying third-party information.
Yes, and you can't assume, you know, at first, when I first listened to this, Your Honor, I thought, oh, okay, this is coming directly, you know, from a listener, from the neighbor. Then I realized I have no idea who this is coming from. She never says, meaning the caller, I got this from my neighbor. It says my neighbor.
Referencing some other person.
Exactly.
involved.
I don't know if she got it from a third neighbor or someone else called her, etc. So I really don't know where this information is coming from. So I hope I've answered your question, but in this particular circumstance, I'm not even so sure there's an ongoing emergency. And I say that because Objectively, the neighbor goes back to the home. The neighbor, well, let me start here. The neighbor left the home in a panic, says, this person's in my house, whatever happened, goes back to the home, and then is calling the unknown 911 caller. So clearly, the neighbor is free to use a cell phone, free to enter her home, and free to exit her home. That doesn't sound like anyone is saying, I am being held against my will. I am being accosted. I am being the victim of something. It sounds more like they are reporting that a shooting happened and either the person was shot or the person shot someone, and that is not the ongoing emergency that we are talking about. Through this caller, it would be different if it was the neighbors supposedly calling and saying, this is what's going on. I got to keep my voice low. I don't want to speak loud. All the things that are adopted here by the unknown female. Then I believe that it's a harder case, but we'd have to analyze it if those were the facts, so I'd change the facts. But that is not what we have here. And I just can't get over that this is not an emergency. I mean, that just, we have to ignore that statement. We would have to ignore that statement to answer your Honorable Court's question. We have an ongoing emergency. What do we do? And the first lines were what I said. This is not an emergency. And we don't know how much time passed. There's a lot of assumptions. Did the neighbor come and leave and call, and when not answering the phone, was that in a 5-minute time span? Was that in an hour time span? Was that in a 30-minute time span? Was that in a 2-hour time span? We don't know. So I am asking the Honorable Court to find its testimony because the primary purpose was not the emergency, as she said.
All right.
If you jump to the, if you say, no, I disagree with you, Brian, that's wrong, or I disagree with you in part, whatever, I'm going to redact parts of it, then your Honorable Court is bound to go through the hearsay analysis because it's still hearsay. Because it's clear that this caller did not see anything. She got information from third parties, neighbor, and maybe others, and we don't know. And because we don't know who else, that is clearly a confrontation clause as well as a hearsay problem for Mr. Williams if you let it in. So what we have here, and that's in, by the way, Spratlin, S-P-R-A-T-L-I-N versus State, which I cited before, Your Honor, Court. I cited earlier today, and I'm just quoting from the court's opinion. Importantly, only after, and it's like bolded in the Court of Appeals opinion, only after a court determines that a statement is non-testimonial in nature do the normal rules regarding the admission of hearsay apply. So what I would like to do then is go through possible exceptions. And the only two I know of, because this is clearly hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement offered into evidence for the truth of the matter asserted. If it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then it has no probative value under 401, 402, and the prejudice would go, would substantially outweigh any probative value. So going under hearsay then, and I looked at all of the exceptions because the general rule, of course, is that hearsay is inadmissible in a court when used to prove the truth of the matter. And that's 24-8-801C as in Colette. So what happens after that is the only two I found that may be appropriate, and I'm not conceding, but when I say that, but may be, even in play are two of them. And the first one I have is a present sense impression. Present sense impression, that person has to witness it. What they're talking about, they have to observe it. So I saw a person jump out of the building that I was in, and I saw the body come through my window. I saw that and I related. I saw the smoke come out of the car and then it went boom. I heard the shots, the gunfire. Those are all issues that I can relate because I observed it. This person, all she observed is my neighbor came in a panic, came into my home, went back to her home. I called her, she wouldn't answer the phone. She called me while I'm on the phone with 911, and it's not an emergency. That is it. And if the state stresses, hey, this neighbor came in with a panic, you can't just look at the panic. You have to look at the caller said, this is not an emergency. Those two collide together. Like you always say, it's a battle of the titans. It's a collision. These two statements collide together. You'd have to ignore this is not an emergency to then say, oh yeah, this is an emergency because she's panicked. So present sense impression cannot apply by definition because the neighbor caller, excuse me, Your Honor, did not personally witness any startling event except that her neighbor came in for a panic and she said this is not an emergency. Everything else related is total hearsay without an exception for present sense impression. Then, the panic, but yet the neighbor's able to come in and out of her home and call the caller of 911 again while the caller's on 911. Finally, Your Honor, present sense impression it happened so fast, I observed it, and I'm relating it. There's no time to think about repercussions of what you're saying. It is the instant. Cases say, and it's in the Grimes, Grimes versus State, 346 Georgia Appeal 518, 875 Southeast 2D 500, 2002. And there the second highest court in Georgia wrote that the statement was not a present sense impression when, at the very least, there was an intervening walk or drive between the event and the time of the statement. So here, Your Honor, it can't be a present sense impression for the caller because we know already that the statement allegedly happens through the neighbor. The neighbor leaves. The caller then, unidentified caller to 911, is calling the neighbor saying she won't answer. So there's the walk or the drive. It's not a present sense impression, and it's hearsay. Those are the two layers of hearsay, double hearsay, that the state has to meet both exceptions because you have the statement being made by the caller, you have the statement being made by the supposed neighbor or third parties. So, Your Honor, we don't have a designated time for which the statement was made, and therefore this is not contemporaneous, and present sense impression does not apply. The excited utterance exception and present sense impression, by the way, is 24-8-8031. The excited utterance exception, Your Honor, is 24-8-8032. CAD reports, 911 calls contain inadmissible hearsay. That's in Kamusko, K-A-M-U-S-O-K-O versus State. That's at 362 Georgia Appeal 2768. 68 Southeast 2D 253 is 2002 case. And Your Honor, specifically the Court of Appeals discusses that in the very top, it's under Division 2A as in Alpha Lisa. We turn first to Kamusoko's argument that the CAD reports were inadmissible because they contain hearsay. It is undisputed that CAD reports in this case included statements made by victims, witnesses, and officers to the 911 dispatchers. So what we have to do under excited utterance is figure out whether the statement related to a startling event or condition while the declarant was under the stress of the excitement caused by the event or condition, and they shall not be excluded by the hearsay rule. Here, there was no stress seen by the caller. The caller's stress, quote unquote, is the neighbor comes to see her. But the caller says again, and I feel like I'm repeating, this is not an emergency. There is no stress. The caller is saying, I don't want to be involved. I'm not giving over my name, my telephone number, or my address. The caller's saying, hey, I'm thinking about it. I'm going to talk low so nobody can hear me because I don't want retribution. All of that goes to, this is not an excited utterance because there is time to think about fabrication, coaching, or confabulation. And that is the foundation of the excited utterance exception to the hearsay rule, is that such a statement is made under circumstances that completely is the word used by the courts, eliminate the possibility, even the possibility of fabrication, coaching, or confabulation, and therefore the circumstances surrounding the making of this statement provide sufficient assurances that the statement is trustworthy and that cross-examination is what I'm stressing. Also, absolutely no benefit. Absolutely no benefit. The critical inquiry on whether the excited utterance exception to the hearsay rule applies is whether the declarant, that is the speaker, is still in the state of excitement resulting from that event when the declaration is made. Well, this caller can't be in that excited state because she is claiming this is not an emergency, and she has the wherewithal to say, I don't want to be involved. She says that at the beginning, it's not an emergency. At the end, her second last words are, don't tell anyone I made this call. So, Your Honor, in this case, I respectfully request that the excited utterance as does not apply either the hearsay. So I believe it's barred by confrontation clause. I believe it's barred by the hearsay rule. If Your Honorable Court goes further, though, there are two layers of hearsay. How did the neighbor get this information? How did the neighbor know that, and I'm adopting it in the most light, unfavorable to Mr. Williams. I'm not saying I agree with this, but Mr. Williams shot someone. She never said, I saw it happen. No one's saying that it shot someone in her apartment. So she was told that. Was she told that by Mr. Williams? I don't know. Was she told that by a neighbor? I don't know. The caller also says Mr. Williams was shot or young thug was shot. So you're getting conflicting information, how you want to listen to it. It doesn't matter. But that caller is relying on the supposed neighbor. And we don't know how the neighbor got that information. So without that information, there are two levels of hearsay that have to be cleared by the prosecution. They have to run through both of those walls after they run through the stronger wall of a confrontation clause issue. So I ask your court not to deny this motion and to grant the motion in whole. If you grant it in part, I would like the Honorable Court to focus on the young thug comment, because nobody knows young thug is in the apartment, young thug got shot, or young thug shot someone. And without that information coming in through a proper means, Your Honor, we are totally hamstrung. As the court knows from being a litigant, as well as I'm sure I've never had the honor of wearing a robe, but from watching people get cross-examined, that is I think it's called the crucible that separates American jurisprudence from every other trial in the world, because I think the U.S. Supreme Court and Georgia Supreme Court has said that that is the ultimate truth-telling event. And Mr. Adams and I cannot confront any of these people in this case. And just playing a 911 recording, it is impossible to get information from that recording. Your Honor, I'll answer any question. I hope I was beneficial to the court, and I want to thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Yes, Ms. Love. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, I'll start with the words panicking, doesn't know what to do. Her mama and her baby are in there. I'm trying to get her out of the house. She won't answer the phone. She doesn't know what to do. Please don't tell anybody that I made this call. I'll refer first to the case that Mr. Williams brought up as being most illustrative of the point that he seeks to most emphasize to this court, that somehow the 911 call is inadmissible because it violates the confrontation clause, and that's Pitts versus the state. On page 3 of 4 of the copy of Pitts given to the state and to the court, I believe by Mr. Williams, the court does an analysis, and specifically in paragraph, the first paragraph on page 3 of 4, it notes that coming from page 2, that the caller in Powers called to report a defendant for a recent parole violation. And the court noted in Pitts that the caller made the call to report a completed violation of law, and noted that the caller's sole purpose was to make a report of the fact that the caller or that the perpetrator had violated an earlier court order to establish evidence that could be used in a future prosecution. And the court in Pitts noted that for these reasons, the statement was testimonial. It then went on in paragraph 2 to look at the caller in Pitts and to note, importantly, that that telephone call was made to avert a crime in progress or to seek assistance in a situation involving immediate danger. The reason that I started out with the caller's words, that my neighbor is in a panic, is that listening, and the reason that we wanted to play the call for the court is that it is apparent that the sole purpose of the call is to get assistance for what the caller perceived as an immediate danger. She is akin to a person witnessing something violent going on, being afraid of whomever it is that is committing the violence, seeing a policeman pass by, grabbing the officer and saying, "Hey, go look over here in that alley. So a man is attacking a woman. Don't tell him I said it, but Johnny is over there beating his wife, but you didn't hear it from me. But go help the wife while Johnny is beating the wife." The assertion that because the caller does not want to make her name known to the police or does not want to get herself in trouble flies in the face of the obvious fact that those facts make it apparent that this caller is not calling to establish any evidence for the purpose of future prosecution. Her sole reason for calling is to get this person out of her neighbor's house. And this is not some secondary, third party kind of station. The caller herself has experienced her neighbor coming to her in a panic. So we get past the confrontation clause quite quickly if we simply listen to the call, listen to the information being shared. A testimonial circumstance is akin to somebody sitting in an interview room giving testimony that they know will be used in a future prosecution. This is a woman who is so frightened herself, she doesn't want to call any attention to herself, let alone have anything she says be used in a future prosecution. As a matter of fact, us using this right now is probably the very opposite of what she ever intended to happen, because her sole purpose was to gain aid and assistance for that baby, that mama, and that neighbor that came to her saying, in a panic, Young Thug's in my house. So our first argument, Your Honor, is that this is not a confrontation clause issue by any means. Just to give the court a little bit of background, on this date, September 11, 2013, officers had gone to this apartment for a reason altogether unrelated to any shooting or anything like that. When they got out there, they heard gunshots and they saw Walter Murphy, who we later learned was Walter Murphy, shooting at a man named Derrick Dotson. The officers turned and went to pursue Walter Murphy, and when they did, he jumped into a red Nissan. And they noted that there were 4 individuals in the Nissan. The Nissan speeds off, crashes over a wall, and crashes into a brick wall. 4 people get out running. The CAD report relays exactly the sequence of events. We will be entering into evidence 911 calls, the first 911 call that got officers out there, and then the court will be able to hear the sequence of events. And around the time that this person made this call, just before, the court will hear officers saying, one just went into the car, the other one went a different way, and they're describing the places that each one of them went. So in the midst of all of the commotion that is going on and being relayed over radio traffic, as a matter of fact, we have 2 different numbers, 2 different case numbers that are associated with this particular case. One ends in 1038, one ends in 1308. They get another call that they don't even realize is related to the call involving the shots fired. And that other call is the 911 call that the court heard today. And when they reached out over the radio and said, we got this caller who's calling in about this guy, the shooting at Summerdale, Young Thug, they then learned that it's related to the first series of calls. And that's how they all got put together in the first place. So it doesn't happen in a vacuum. It doesn't happen after any prolonged or any period of time whatsoever. It's actually a series of very fast-paced events that take place. So the car goes over the retaining wall, the 4 occupants get out and run. The police are telling each other over the radio where the occupants are going. And in the midst of all of this, the police get a call from a woman, frantic, not wanting to be identified, describing her neighbor having come to her in a panic just a moment ago. And now she's answering her call. For all I know, that neighbor's in there dead. The reason that she is saying what she is saying about the shots and the police, she's not even able to get it out in a very cohesive way. She's saying, I don't know, just come now. Her whole purpose for calling was to get the police to respond to what she perceived as immediate danger. So the idea, it was kind of glossed over, that this is testimonial, is belied by the contents of the call and the circumstances surrounding the call and the information relayed during the call. So before I leave the fact that it's not testimonial and that it's made solely to get the police there to respond to what this caller perceives as a circumstance involving immediate danger, with the court's permission, I'll pause and ask the court if the court has any questions that I may answer for the court regarding the confrontation clause, because I don't want to conflate the issues.
How can you tell that it's not, who the unknown female is talking about? I assume that you're not bringing the unknown female or the neighbor in, is that correct?
So, Your Honor, that is correct. And that would go to the issue of that I'll address in a moment, apart from the confrontation issue. And I do want to point out, in Michigan versus Bryant, our highest court notes that an assessment of whether an emergency that threatens the police and public is ongoing cannot narrowly focus on whether the threat solely to the first victim has been neutralized, because the threat to the first responder and public may continue. So when the court is asking whether we're going to bring them in or not, I, with the court's permission, will speak to those matters.
Well, I get to that till I whether or not it's a confrontation or
Yes,
it's
Your Honor.
testimonial. But the issue is she starts out by saying it's not an emergency. Okay, and I'm looking at this because I'm being asked to exclude comments that or statements related to this particular 911 call. Ordinarily, 911 calls have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. And I think that Pitts and Spratlin and Grimes all kind of indicate that. So I got to look at that. But I also am looking at the fact that her statement is, I have no idea, baby. I promise you, I can tell you all. I don't know. The only thing I know, she came running. She came to my house. She told me that the guy that shot someone named Young Thug or whoever that's supposed to be shot someone, and that guy is in her house. So we don't really have, I mean, there's no granularity. I agree with Mr. Steele about what is actually going on. I could parse out several hypotheticals of what she calls or claims may have happened. And it's unlike Pitts and the other cases where you've got somebody who's making that call. You're basically, it's already in a third party situation because she's relating kind of what she thinks is going on. Now, so that's kind of what I have to kind of decide to begin with. Is the call primary purpose testimonial for the purposes of the prosecution or gathering information for later? I can see how it could be either one, but I have to kind of take a look at the facts and circumstances to make a determination as to that. So, but unlike Pitts, the victim is making those calls.
So, Judge.
So in this case, you got a third party who really doesn't we don't have granularity of what she's talking about. I mean, and so I have some problems with that to begin with.
So I would like to separate out and point out that the content of the call, the fact that there is a matter that she is trying to get the police there to address, and the credibility of the content of the call is a matter, again, that I believe belongs within, is it hearsay and is there an exception? Before we get to what she is saying as it relates to whether or not this is trustworthy, and I believe with respect that that is what the crux of that particular issue that the court just pointed out, is it trustworthy? This is a third person making a call about something she just experienced. So is what she is saying trustworthy?
I'll give you that much, but.
And
okay.
so for the purposes of that, Your Honor, I believe that will fall after the court makes that determination as to the confrontation clause. And as in Davis versus Washington, Your Honor, 547 U.S. 813 at 822, the United States Supreme Court distinguished, of course, testimonial and non-testimonial statements, saying that non-testimonial statements when made during a police interrogation under circumstances that effectively indicate the primary purpose of the interrogation is to enable police assistance to meet an ongoing emergency. And that is exactly what, even if she says it's like, it's not an emergency, don't make a big deal out of this, come get this person out of my neighbor's house. Essentially, that's what she's saying. I don't want to call the reason she says, and it is apparent from the call, objectively listening to it, the reason she says it's not an emergency, even though her voice is panicked, is that
I don't think her voice is panicked. She's kind of just talking. I mean, she's talking in low tones. I don't, at least from the court's perspective, I'll disagree with you. I don't think
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't think it's an emergency.
Yeah.
I mean, she herself says it's not an emergency. She's, like I said, I got to look at the primary purpose for the call. Is the primary purpose for the 911 call to provide information that may be used later, or is it for an emergency or some other reason. Pitts kind of distinguishes that because you got somebody who's getting their, for lack of a better word, their behind torn up, and she's calling, and there's certainly where it could be argued that truly is an emergency. In this particular circumstance, it seems like she's relating information because that's the first thing out of her mouth. I can't discount that. The first thing out of her mouth is not emergency because 911, what's your emergency? And she's not saying, hey, my neighbor is getting blah, 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 or that I heard this and this, and I've seen this, and that's kind of where we are. Where she's relating a third party. And that's kind of that's the issue of whether or not I got to struggle is whether or not the testimony or for the purpose of primary purpose. Okay. I see how I understand the state's argument. I understand the defense argument. That's what I got to kind of wrestle with to begin with. And then I'll decide whether or not it falls under any of the exceptions to the hearsay rule. I agree with Mr. Still, you didn't give notice under the residual hearsay, so I'm not gonna consider it under that.
Your Honor, and Mr. Still did point out the very last argument that we made and sort of went past the first two. But going back,
you need to focus on whether it's testimonial, because if I don't find it's testimonial, I don't have to go to the other two, the second prong. First step is if it's testimonial, it ends there. If I find that it's not testimonial, then I'll move to whether or not it falls within a hearsay exception. But I'm not convinced it's not testimonial yet.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to look at Varner versus the state, 306 Georgia 726. Your Honor, and in Varner, the court states.
What was the citation?
306 Georgia 726. Specifically at Penn site 731, Your Honor. And it's on page 6 of 10 of the copy that I believe was provided to the court by Defendant Williams of Varner.
I don't think I have Varner.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Before I start telling you that. No, I don't have Varner.
Okay. It's at Penn site 731, and that was again 306 Georgia 726 at 731, Your Honor. And in Varner, Your Honor, the court notes that an assessment of whether an emergency that threatens the police and the public is ongoing cannot narrowly focus on whether the threat solely to the first victim has been neutralized, again, because the threat to the first responders and the public may continue. In the case that we have here, Your Honor, if we listen to, and the court has listened to, the 911 call and what the caller is saying to the police, she is simply asking them to come now. And we can, if the court would prefer or like for me to play the call again, just so that I can point out those areas, I would like to, with the court's permission, play that 3-minute call again.
I've listened
Okay.
to the call.
So when the caller says, just come, she's in there and she's not answering. Just come, you gotta come. She's in apartment C. We're in Summerdale. She is giving instructions to the police, to the 911 operator, how to get to where her friend is. She's saying, only thing I know is she came running to my house, and she's cutting off the 911 operator. So, Your Honor, even if it is not in a tone that the court would say is a panic tone, she is so eager to get the police there that she cuts off the operator on multiple occasions, just trying to tell them to get there. She is describing, as she is talking to them, the 911 operator says, okay, and after she says, if the court is looking at defendant's transcript, just so that we can get past this part in an expeditious manner. The 911 operator, after she says, okay, that's fine, okay. And she's saying, I don't want to talk loud. I don't want to get nobody. I don't want to get myself in any trouble. So she said, I don't want to get the person over there in any trouble. I don't want to get myself in any trouble. I don't want anybody in any trouble. I just want my friend safe. She's not saying I want somebody who said somebody might be in trouble. She's saying my friend came here to my house panicked as she doesn't know what to do. And she went back to check on her mama and her child, and she's not answering. And it's all happening in a matter of moments. And that's apparent because of the way that the calls come through and the radio traffic comes through. I tried to reach her. She doesn't say, she just called back and said she's okay. Her primary purpose is to get assistance over there, to have someone come and get the person out of her friend's house. I don't want to talk loud because I want to get myself in any trouble. And so she's talking to the operator. The operator is saying, okay, that's fine, okay. And then the caller is saying, but she's got her mother and her child in there. And as the operator says, okay, all right, and before the operator even gets out all of her words, the caller says, I just tried to call her cell number. I just tried to call her. I just tried to call her, and I have no idea. So the operator is trying to get what information one might argue is information that someone could use later for the purposes of a trial. She says, who was shot? She's saying, I don't know. Look, all that I know is my neighbor came running to my house, and she told me that the guy that shot somebody named Young Thug or whoever that's supposed to be, shot somebody, and the guy is in her house. So I don't know how y'all can do that. I'm trying to get her out of the house, and she won't answer her phone. I just tried to call her phone, and she got her baby and her mama in there. And then they're trying to get information from the caller that could be used later in a future prosecution. Okay, do you want your name or number? She says, no, please do not call me back. He knows my children, and no, I don't want him to come back and retaliate against me. And then the operator is saying, okay, all right, ma'am, where are you? Do you want to give me at least where she is? She's given the description, the Summerdale townhomes, not the old Summerdale, the new ones. And then she's saying, basically everybody is standing out there. So apparently she's trying not to be loud. She doesn't even want people outside to hear her. And she says, I'm trying to get her out of the house and her mama, but they won't answer the phone, and she don't know what to do. She's panicking. Building C, come around and come through the gate and come around. I'm not sure what the number is on her apartment number. Please don't tell anybody I made this call, but come around. She is imploring them to come. This is the epitome of somebody imploring another person, please come give assistance. I believe that there is an ongoing danger. Without saying my neighbor could be dead, her mama could be hurt. She's saying the words that she believes will get the police to her. She's telling them like there is danger here. This is not just, if she was just calling to say, I just want to say, I want you all to have record. I mean, I've called to report a tree being in the road, and I'll say it's not an emergency, but somebody needs to come and move this tree. It's in the middle of the road and I'm seeing people swerving. Somebody needs to come and remove this tree now. I'm not calling for the purpose of establishing testimony for a future prosecution. I'm calling to have somebody come remove the tree in the road. And in the same way, when she called, she's saying, I'm not calling, to set this up in any future way, but I need you to come get this man out this woman's house.
All right, let's put a pin in that. Move on to do you believe if I do find it's not testimonial, how are you going to overcome, or what hearsay exception does it fall under? Because it's clearly hearsay.
Two hearsay exceptions.
What exceptions you have, and also, how do you deal with the fact that you have no known speakers? You don't have any declarants. And you got basically you got double hearsay.
double
Got
hearsay.
double hearsay. So
And of course, Your Honor, in 24-8-805, the new evidence code specifically addresses hearsay within hearsay. So it's not like a taboo subject. Hearsay included within hearsay shall not be excluded under the hearsay rule if each part of the combined statement conforms with an exception to the hearsay rule. So let's start with the internal hearsay, if you will. The person coming to her apartment, because that's the most deeply embedded one. She describes her as coming to the apartment in a panic. Her mother and her child are in the apartment. She needs help and she's scared. As she goes back, she relays to her, he just shot somebody. He's in my apartment. It's apparent that it's well known what's happening because she's describing everybody is out here. She is in the Summerdale, in the community that is the area where the shots took place, where the court will hear evidence of officers and they're responding to this shooting that took place. So everybody can hear it. She's there. She's relaying to her neighbor in a panic. The neighbor is describing, the neighbor's present sense impression was she's observing this person in a panic. This person in a panic is making excited utterances to the neighbor that calls 911. So the excited utterance comes from the person who the neighbor calls 911 to gain assistance for. This panicked friend of this caller comes to her in a panic. She's telling her, my mama and my child are in the house. And this man, young thug, who just shot somebody, or a shooting just occurred involving this person, is in my house. She doesn't even tell her to call 911. She just comes to her for help. She's not trying to establish anything. Of course, the courts put a pin in the confrontation clause issue, but she's not even trying to establish anything for any future prosecution. She's just trying to get help. And the neighbor, being a good neighbor, she's like, I can't help him. You know, I don't have any way to help. I don't want anybody. I got kids. He'll come after my kids. So she calls and then tells the police her present sense impression. She is relaying information that she got, and she herself is still under the neighbor that calls. She's still under the impression of what just occurred. She's still under the stress of her neighbor having come to her in a panic.
but it's not an emergency. Remember, she started out by saying that.
It's an ongoing danger. Emergency, ongoing danger. The court literally addresses them both and doesn't say, and it says to avert a crime in progress or to seek assistance in a situation involving immediate danger. So where I might not consider a tree across a road where there's heavy traffic coming fast an emergency, the police may well might, the person that hits the tree and crashes, you know, and ends up paralyzed may well might have considered it an emergency. The fact that I don't use the word emergency doesn't make it any less of an effort to seek assistance in a situation involving immediate danger. Her words reflect she's panicked, she's not answering her mother and her child. She has said every hot button word that would get assistance quickly to any objectively listening person. If someone called you and said those very same words to you, if a neighbor of yours called you and said, oh my God, Sally across the way just called, she just came over here panicked, and now she's in the house and she's not answering. She just came over here. She said this guy that just shot somebody is in her house. I'd ask Your Honor, what would Your Honor think? And what would Your Honor do? Would Your Honor consider that call from your neighbor one that the neighbor is making to establish some future prosecution? Or would Your Honor immediately go and try and gain help for that person that your neighbor just told you about? Your Honor may well go over there yourself and see, okay, this is a dire situation. Would Your Honor not consider that an immediate danger situation that needed addressing? immediately. If someone called you and said exactly what this person said to her, Judge, I don't know, but our neighbor just came over here in a panic. Somebody's in her house. Shooting just occurred, and she came over here in a panic, and her mother and her child are in there. She doesn't know what to do. Can you go get them out? She's simply asking for assistance in what she perceives as an ongoing danger, an ongoing threat. There's not a way to perceive this as less than her attempting to gain assistance in a situation involving immediate danger. So the fact that she is telling the 911 operator what excited utterances she just heard the neighbor make, and the fact that she herself is conveying to the 911 operator her immediate impression, her own stress that she's under. So
how can I tell that? I understand the original declarants coming running and saying somebody's in my house. Okay, but what do how do you, the second, that's the original declarant. The second declarant, how do you come up with the fact that she falls within that particular exception?
Yes, Your Honor. She falls within two. So the first one that I would say that she falls within, Your Honor, is present impression. And of course, that falls under 24.8031, describing or explaining an event or condition made while or immediately after the declarant perceived it. She says, my neighbor just came over here in panic. She doesn't know what to do. Somebody, I stay over here in Summerdale. The guy that shot the guy over here off Cleveland Avenue, he is in my friend's NIM apartment, and she is panicking. She doesn't know what to do. Not she was, not she had been, not she used to be. She is now, right now, he is in her apartment, and right now she is panicking, and right now she doesn't know what to do. She's saying, right now, police everywhere out here. She's saying, was somebody shot recently? She says, yes, about 5 police everywhere out here. She says, it's over here on Cleveland Avenue, Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue. I don't want to talk loud. People are still right there. I don't want to get myself, I don't want to get anybody in any trouble. My friend, she panicking. She is panicking, not she was, and she don't know what to do. But she got her baby and her mama in there. Not she had, not she used to be, not she was. Her baby and her mama are in there. I just tried to call her. Not 20 minutes ago I called and she didn't pick up. I just tried to call her. She cannot make it any more apparent that this is something that she is perceiving right in that moment. She dialed 911 because she can't get the panicking friend who is in her apartment with the man that shot somebody and her baby and her mama, while police everywhere out here. And I'm gonna talk low so can't nobody hear me, so I don't get in trouble. And don't tell him that you even got this call, because I don't want him to come and retaliate against me, and I got kids that he might harm. She can't make it any more apparent that this is something that she is experiencing and that her friend is experiencing as she is talking to the 911 operator. Additionally, Your Honor, I would argue that the caller, the 911 caller, under 24.8032 is making an excited utterance. Because even if she is not sounding panicked to the court, her hushed voice, she is sounding out of breath at times. She is saying express urgency through her words. She's relating a startling event or condition, the fact that she just came over here panicking and now she is not answering her phone. So her words are admissible under both the present sense impression, 24-8-8031, and the excited utterance, 24-8-8032, exceptions to the hearsay rule. And Your Honor, the excited utterance exception looks at, as with the present sense exception, it is not necessary that the statements be made contemporaneously with the startling event or condition. In other words, the panicking person doesn't have to be standing there panicking while she's making the call, relaying the information. She was startled by her neighbor coming to her, telling her this information. Her neighbor is startled by somebody coming in her house that doesn't belong there, that was just involved in a shooting.
Is there going to be other evidence through testimony, witnesses, and or other related 911 calls for this incident?
There's, Your Honor, there's going to be other evidence that Jeffrey Williams was involved in this shootout in the shooting and the.
I'm talking about this particular incident on September the 11th of 2013. Meaning, because to your point, is there going to be some other evidence or some other testimony saying, hey, we were called to a blank incident about at this location. There are multiple 911 calls, or there are witnesses to testimony to bring that out, because you're telling me it was an emergency. So if there's other surrounding circumstances, as you like, I'm supposed to take a look at it in context, not a vacuum, then that might be an issue I need to kind of consider, because I'm only hearing one snippet. So is there going to be more context evidence to this particular issue?
There are.
So what is that context you're going to present?
A few things. As I said, regarding the 4 people who jumped out of the car, there's going to be an officer's testimony that she was chasing them in a particular direction, that one went in one direction and another went in the opposite direction. And when she went to chase them over the wall that she was chasing them over, she was called back and she had to put her attention on Frederick Prothrow, which was the person who was shot during this incident. There will be testimony, I expect, from a witness who will say that while they were running from the police, that shots were fired inside the car, that young thug, or Jeffrey Williams, actually had a gun, that he, Walter Murphy and Frederick Prothrow had a gun, and that Jeffrey Williams or Walter Murphy was probably the person that actually fired the projectile that hit Frederick Prothrow, because while they were fleeing from the police, 3 shots went off inside the car. There will be testimony that and they fled the police, that defendant Williams ran in a particular direction, which we believe will be in the vicinity of the description that this caller gave for her friend's apartment. There will be testimony that that's it. That's the general. And then, of course, as I said earlier, the 911 custodian of records, in explaining to me, because I had the question, how did we get from 1038 to 1308? Was there a mix-up? And she specifically said no. When that call came in, and when the 911 dispatcher sent it out, when they called it out, they were then told that call is related to the 1038 call. That is a part of this call up here. So that's how they even end up. They're on one CAD report that I have, and were it not marked up, I would show the court that particular CAD report. And we do intend to introduce as evidence that CAD report that has that these are two related events. And in fact, the remaining reports that lead investigator Velasquez uses in the entirety of this investigation has that 911 call number attached to it. It's the entire case file is ending in 1308. So in fact, this particular case, the way that it even looks, and all of the discovery given to everyone in this case, the case file case number ends in 1308, which is started and initiated by this call right here. And of course, the excited utterance exception doesn't require that a declarant express any particular emotion when making the statement. That was information that I shared with the court for the court's consideration when making the analysis, but it is not required. And it,
Two declarants there aren't here though, right?
yes.
So how am I supposed to work my way through through whether or not they'll fall within both exceptions to the hearsay?
Well, as I stated, Your Honor, the first one is the caller herself describing her present sense impression, what she is perceiving.
Okay, then you got this other unknown declarant who is perceiving this from the first declarant.
Right. And what she's perceiving is she's panicked and she doesn't know what to do.
Okay. All right. I may have to hear a little bit more. All right, Mr. Steele, anything else? It's almost 11 o'clock.
And Your Honor, if the court wishes that I provide anything in particular, I will do that.
Yes, ma'am. All right, Mr. Steele, address for me, the state is focusing on the issue that in the totality of the circumstances it could be deemed as an emergency. So how would you respond to that? You pointed out these different statements, and also in the totality of what was going on at that point in time, why wouldn't this be an emergency situation?
The state's recitation of facts are not accepted.
Well, I'm just looking at the transcript you gave me, in addition to what the state's proffer is. So I think some of the statements in here would be indicative of somebody who's trying to kind of, who may be experiencing or making a call for an emergency situation. I'm just asking you for the argument. So what would you say about that?
First of all,
Without conceding anything.
How the information comes that young thug was shot or shot someone, we have no idea, because that's supposedly at another time. And there is no evidence that there was a shooting in the car. There is no evidence that there are 4 people in the car that the perpetrators are fleeing from the police. It is totally up in the air. You're going to see it because it's about to come out this week before your honorable court. There are 3 people in the car. There are some people say 4. Some people say 3 people are men. 1 person is a woman. There's a woman driver, yet we have the actual person who was apprehended is a man driver. His name is Adriane Bean. This is a total fight, quote unquote. And the only person who is on any 911 call, to answer your question directly, saying anything about young thug, is this call. And we don't even know where that information comes from and who is supposedly shot. And there's no one shot on Cleveland Avenue. This is not a shot call. The police come out to an suspicious vehicle in that same apartment complex, Somerville apartment complex. Then Adriane Bean is driving a car, and there's an unrelated armed robbery of a man named Mr. Dotson, who unfortunately passed away before our trial, unrelated to this case. The police see Mr. Murphy flee back to the vehicle that Adriane Bean's in. Police tell him to stop, and that vehicle then strikes the police car. That's the second issue. There's nothing about a shooting on Cleveland Avenue. There's nothing about Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug being shot or shooting. And that information has to come from some source. That source is not here. So to answer your question, is it an ongoing emergency? No. No one says it's ongoing emergency except, well, no one says it because the caller says it's not an emergency. This is the only issue. It stands alone. Everything else is dealing with Adriane being Walter Murphy.
What about there are police out here everywhere. My friend, she's panicking. She don't know what to do. She got her mama and her baby in there. I just tried to call her cell number. She's not responding. So how could that, or why would you say that's not an emergency without dealing with this issue of the unknown female and the statements about?
Because it ignores three factors. One, call starts as I heard you say twice. It's not an emergency. Second, the neighbor leaves the apartment to tell the caller, yet doesn't call the police herself, doesn't flee the apartment, goes back to the apartment, presumably. I don't know where she really goes, but the caller says she won't answer the phone, but then on the same call, the caller says, that's them calling me. So the neighbor who's in this quote unquote panic has access to her phone. This is all of the hysteria, and I'm talking low, all that is added for flavor by Ms. Love. That's why we need the witnesses here to cross-examine. So I'm not conceding that it's an ongoing emergency because I'm taking the caller for what she said.
All right. Give me a few minutes, folks.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
We're gonna be in recess.
And Your Honor, this is court one, but not the CAD report that I was talking about.
No, not yet. No, thank you. Chris. Okay, councilors, here's what I'm going to do. I need to hear a little more context. So I'm going to defer ruling on the issue for the time being. And then I'll before in such a time for the 911 call to be proffered, I'll then rule upon it at that point in time. Okay? All right. Okay, and is there anything else I need to take? Sergeant Ingram tells me that all of our jurors are here. So I'm ready to go at this point in time.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I just want to make sure the court is aware that we've objected to sort of highlighting witnesses on this list, just so that the court can set a time at some point for us to bring to our objections.
Any of those witnesses going to testify right now? Or what? Witness are you talking about, Mr. Weinstein?
The list that we were provided on Friday as ordered by the court: A.C. Booker Pickens, Officer Ashley Matthews, Leonard Pass, Adriane Bean, Courtney Bean. And I don't know when the state plans on reading those out.
Your Honor, given that some of them would be coming up very soon in the earlier part of the afternoon at the latest, I think we can address each of them in turn with the court whenever the court sees fit. But in particular, even though it is listed officer, Matthews is a civilian that is not an officer any longer. And we have specific circumstances surrounding the first witness that was named that is an officer. And the other four named people that they have an objection to, those are civilian witnesses. Bless you. You're welcome.
Okay, so these four witnesses I'm referring to: Booker, Higgins, Matthews, Pass, and the two Beans. Are those people that are going to be called in subsequent order? Or not in order, I'm sorry. Bad question. Are they going to be called sin?
Your Honor, we believe we'll get to at least Booker, Matthews, and Pass today.
Okay.
I do not think we'll get to the Beans today.
All right. And so are these witnesses that fall within the film, no film that you all have come with an agreement with those parties who have filed Rule 22s?
Yes, Your Honor. That are highlighted are individuals that either are former law enforcement and now are civilians. That would be number 3 and number 4 on the list, Your Honor. And individuals who, for a number of reasons, we are asking, and we can talk to court offline about some things that number 3 is going through. We don't want to disclose that out in public. As it relates to Mr. Pass, it's the same thing, that there are some things going on with Mr. Pass as well. And then for the Beans, during the time of this incident in 2013, because of Mr. Bean's role in this case and some of the things that came out, we believe that he received a lot of threats during that time. And he has concerns for his safety as well as the safety of his family, given some of the information that he provided to law enforcement at the time. So there's some serious concerns for safety.
So the 2 Beans, you have safety concerns. What about Mr. Pass?
Some medical concerns.
Medical? Okay.
Safety and medical.
All right.
And
then,
with Booker Higgins, there's some
is he a current
personal-
serving officer, or she?
for Booker Higgins.
Yes.
No, she's no longer. I don't believe she's.
All right. Any threats or any other issues that that's the ones you want to tell me about at the bench? Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What about Officer Matthews?
She's a civilian, Your Honor. We do have concerns given some of the threats that have occurred.
Have any threats been made to her?
Not directly at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Come on up, Mr. Wines. All right, council is consistent with our duties and responsibilities. I am in receipt of a note from one of our jurors. I'm going to mark it as the next court exhibit in order. I'll invite anybody who's interested to come up and take a look at it. Maybe you can communicate that to the rest of the folks. Those of you who want to listen in,
It's downstairs. It's not. The food's not here yet. She said, okay.
I'll mark it as next court exhibit in order. All right, unless there's anything else, all our jurors are present, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All jurors present.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. All right, what's left of it, maybe about 10 minutes, all right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and continue with the presentation of the state's case. We'll go a little bit and then we'll break for lunch and then see where the afternoon leads us at this point, okay? All right, so state, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls to stand Captain Derrick.
All right, summon Captain Paige, please. All right, Captain Paige, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand once you get there. Before you sit down, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness.
Yes, sir. Raise your right hand. You swear for testimony you give today, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you. State the spelling, first and last name.
My name is Captain Derrick Paige. That's Derrick Paige.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state will be commencing Acts 5 through 7.
All right.
All right, good morning, Mr. Paige. Are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been employed?
18 years.
And what do you do for in your employment?
Special Ops Commander as well as Building Security Commander.
Okay. Do you handle and have any responsibility with records?
In terms of Odyssey and stuff like that, we do import reports and all stuff, but not directly direct to records.
Okay. But you are, but based on what you're saying, is it fair to say that you?
I'll sustain the questions. That's Mr. Steele.
Is it fair to say that you're acquainted with records?
I am.
What is the booking photo?
It's generally the photo that they have when they initially get booked into the Fulton County Jail. It's a photo that is taken, well, basically it's a mugshot of them when they're in intake.
And how does your department take booking photos?
Take a front shot as well as a side shot of the head, the face and head,
Oh, sorry. Okay.
the face and head.
Okay. And if you could talk into that mic so now court reporter can get every word that you're saying, would be much appreciated.
Yes, sir.
Are booking photos taken at or near the time that the person is brought into Fulton County Jail?
At some point, it's taken during the booking process. Initially, they have to get booked in first, then the photo's taken.
And are such booking photos kept in regular course of treatment?
Through Odyssey, yes.
Yes, okay. And what is a booking and release record?
Booking record is actually the time and the date of pretty much the date of when the person was booked in, and the release is actually the date and time that they were actually released from the Fulton County Jail.
And are you aware that those records are kept in Odyssey?
It's supposed to be.
But are they?
Yes.
Okay. And is the record that you just described at or near the time that the individual was taken into the Fulton County?
That's where it starts, yes.
And are those such records kept in the regular course of business by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it is.
And what is the database by which you all store those?
Odyssey.
And did you conduct a search to locate any booking photos pertinent to the arrest of Mr. Marquez on May the 25th, 2018?
I have seen this booking photo, yes.
And did you also conduct or locate a booking record pertinent to the arrest of Marquez on May the 25th, 2018?
Yes, I have seen it.
Do you have personal knowledge of records?
Not directly, no.
Okay. Are you acquainted with these records?
I've seen them.
Okay. And I'm going to now show you what has been marked as states exhibits 169, 170, and 171. Well, show the defense was pre-marked as states exhibits 169, 170, and 171. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with states 169 and 170, Mike?
Thanks, sir.
Okay, now approach the witness with states 169, Mike, 170, Mike, 171, Mike. Starting with 169, Mike. Captain Paige, what have I just handed you?
This right here is the mugshot that was taken at some point during that booking process. Front view.
What booking process are you speaking of?
When you booked into the Fulton County Jail.
Okay. Are you familiar with the date?
With the date of it?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with off gate unless I look at the Odyssey page.
How do you know that that is the photo associated with the booking process?
Because that's generally what the photos look like. It's a front view like this and it's a side view.
And is that photo that I've handed you in states 169 the same or substantially the same as it was when we last reviewed?
That's the same photo I've seen, yes.
Okay. We're on the state now moves 169 into Mike into
Any objection to states 169?
for question.
No. Give me an objection. What's the basis for your objection?
It just wanted to specify that he has no personal knowledge of the record.
I'll over your objection. Mr. Sharp. Overruled, sir. All right. Any further objections? Okay. States 169, Mike has admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before the publishing of that, the state is going to go with the other exhibits. Captain Paige, can you describe what is state 171, Mike?
$171 is actually the initial page that you'll see on Odyssey where it shows the demographics and the charges of an inmate.
And how do you know what that is?
I do reports on Odyssey all the time, so I'm familiar with it.
And is it the same or substantially the same as it was the last time you looked at Odyssey?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit states 171 Mike into evidence.
Any further objection to state 171?
Yes, Your Honor, we have checked on the grounds that that's particular information, hearsay information, and it should be redacted.
No speaking objections to basis hearsay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, overruled. All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I ask you that before?
I thought you took a look at it already.
No, I didn't.
All right, well, go ahead.
We have approach the witness to obtain
Sure. Yes, you may.
I'll just take a look at it and see what you think. Thank you, Judge.
Please, too.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. All right.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states 171 Mike.
Any further objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states
One
one,
and previous to that.
okay, other than what's been noted already. I'm going to need it over objection, stage 171, Mike may be published as you see.
Thank you. Yes. And for the record, this particular exhibit pertains to Act 76.
I'm going to object, and
Paige.
that statement is stricken based on the court's previous rule.
So what's the case for your objection?
Testifying the court's previously ruled in regards to that.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection. Okay, all right.
All right. Using the screen that is behind you, Captain Paige, and you can also utilize this pointer, should help. Can you tell us to whom this record pertains to?
Which exhibit are you talking about, sir?
States 171.
Okay.
Marquavius Huey,
Okay, and do you see Marquavius Huey anywhere on that exhibit?
this is his photo right here.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what is the arrest date associated with this record?
May 25th, 2018 at 8:01 p.m.
And what was the date upon which Mr. Huey was booked?
May 26th, 2018 at 1:58 a.m.
And is there a release date on this record associated with Mr. Huey?
5/27, 2018 at 9:11 p.m.
And upon what charges was he booked?
Reckless conduct, obstruction of law enforcement officer, carrying a concealed weapon, and death by receiving stolen property.
And you may be seated. And can you tell the jury what's the difference between a arrest date and a booking?
The arrest date is generally the date that he was taken into custody by whatever agency arrested him, which would be APD. And sometimes they may very well be taken to a precinct for investigation, but the booking time is actually when they actually came into the Fulton County Jail. They were actually booked into our facility as an inmate.
Okay. And can you tell the jury who the arresting officer was in this particular booking?
Officer R. Henry with Atlanta Police Department.
State is now going to transition to what has already been admitted into evidence as states 169 Mike and Paige. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Technologies. All right. Looking at the screen behind you, can you tell the jury who it is that we are looking at?
Mr. Marquavius Huey.
And what is this photo?
That's his booking photo.
Pertaining to what date?
May 26, 2018.
And now transitioning to State's Exhibit 170, Mike, what is it that I have in front of me? I know.
This is just a side shot of his mug shot. Like I said, they take two different shots, a facial shot as well as to the side.
How do you know what that is?
Because I'm familiar with Odyssey.
Okay. Is it the same or substantially the same time, same condition it was the last time you reviewed it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to against State's 170, Mike, into evidence.
Any further objection to State's
Same
170?
objection. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Objections will be noted. I'm going to admit it over objection, maybe publish as you see fit.
Publish State's. And pertaining to this particular exhibit, who is it that we are looking at here?
Mr. Marquavius Huey.
And can you tell the jury what type of profile this is?
It's just a,
I stand the question.
And what kind of picture is this?
it's a mug shot. It's a side view.
Just a brief indulgence.
Yes, sir.
All right. Captain Paige, when you were called to serve as a witness for this case, you conducted a search for booking and release records for Jeffrey Williams.
I did.
Did you also
Objection, reproach.
You may.
showing defense was been pre-marked as States 126 Charlie, 124 Charlie, 125 Charlie.
Judge, can we step up?
Now approaching the witness from the state's exhibit 126. Charlie. Captain Paige, where have I just handed you?
This is the booking page for Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
And how do you know what it is?
I'm very familiar with Odyssey.
And is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you last reviewed Odyssey for this particular?
Oh, this is actually my first time seeing this right here today.
Is that record that you're looking at substantially the same or substantially the same as it is with all other records that are maintained by Fulton County Sheriff's?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
The improper foundation and speculation. You've never seen it before.
I'm gonna sustain that objection. You can rephrase, sir.
As to this particular document, is it the same or substantially the same as all other records maintained by Fulton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it is.
Same objection.
Overruled, sir. Overruled.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit states 126 charge.
All right. Any further objection, Mr. Adams, other than was noted?
No, sir, same objection.
Okay, your objection is noted. It'll be continuing. I'm gonna admit it over your objection. 126 may be published as you see fit.
Permission.
Yes, you may publish it.
And you may take that printer and for ease of access to the record. Captain Paige. Move that. Okay, no problem. Captain Paige, can you tell the jury to whom this record pertains to?
Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
And can you tell the jury? And can you tell the jury? And we're going to move the exhibit over to the right side. Can you tell the jury what was the arrest date associated with this particular record?
The arrest date is September 9th, 2013,
At what time?
10:44 a.m.
And what is the actual booking date associated with this record?
Same day, September 9th, 2013,
And what is the time associated with the booking?
12:04 p.m.
And what is the date and time associated with the release?
September 10th, 2013 at 4:53 a.m.
And what is the officer's name associated with the arrest?
Officer Michael Mannheim, I guess that's how you pronounce it. The Atlanta Police Department.
What agency is he associated with?
Atlanta Police Department.
And upon what charges was Mr. Williams booked in on this particular record?
Theft by receiving stolen, I don't know, the vehicle or property or anything like that. Possession of controlled substance, improper term, driving without a valid license, and failure to obey signs.
You may reclaim your seat. Okay. Now, I am now approaching you with states 125 Charlie, 124 Charlie, starting with 124 Charlie. What have I just handed you?
A mugshot.
Okay, and how do you know what it is?
That's photos that come along with when doing the book process.
Okay, and who does that mugshot pertain to?
Jeffrey Williams.
And is that mugshot in the same, substantially same condition as it was on Odyssey?
Yes.
And do you, at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit states 124 Charlie.
Any further objection to 124 Charlie, Mr. Adams?
Previous objection, Your Honor.
All right, so noted. Continuing, admit over objection may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, excuse me. To whom does this, who is pictured in this particular exhibit?
Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
And now focusing your attention on case 125 Charlie. What is it that you have,
It's the side shot of his mugshot.
and how do you know what that is?
When inmates are booked into the Fulton County Jail, they take 2 shots, a full shot, facial shot, and a side shot.
And is it the same or substantially the same way as it was on opposite?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit states 125 Charlie into evidence and request permission to publish if it is so granted.
Any further objection, Mr. Adams, to case 125 Charlie?
Same objection.
All right, so noted. Continuing objection. I'll admit states 125 Charlie over objection. Maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you. At this time, the state now publishes states 125 Charlie. What are we looking at, Captain Paige?
It's a side shot of his mugshot. I told you it comes in 2 different shots, a facial shot as well as a side shot.
And how is, can you describe the hair in this photo?
Appears to be dreads with blonde dreads in it as well.
About where does the hair fall on his person?
Roughly at his shoulder.
And who is in this photo?
Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
No further question.
All right, Cross.
If I can have the prosecutor please to put 126C back up on the screen, please. I've got a few questions of the witness in regards to that. It's Captain Paige, isn't it?
That is correct.
Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Just fine. How you doing?
I am good. I'm good. I got a couple questions for you.
Sure.
I think I heard you say before, you've not seen this booking sheet before, right?
In reference to Mr. Williams?
That's correct.
No, not prior to today, no.
You were showing it, sometime this morning?
That is correct.
Okay, by the state, I presume?
Yes.
Okay, they said you'd be coming in here to testify about this booking sheet and the photographs to attach to it, right?
That is correct.
Okay. You don't have the independent personal knowledge about this booking or the circumstances surrounding it, right?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. You know Officer Michael Monheim, the person who's listed as the arresting officer?
Do I know him? No, sir. No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Do you know anything about the circumstances of Officer Michael Monheim arresting Mr. Williams on this date?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know anything about the outcome of this case?
I do not.
Okay. Let me ask you about the dates on here. I think you said that the arrest date as listed on the top, you believe to be accurate, right?
Based off Odyssey, yes, I believe it to be accurate.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have any personal knowledge as to whether any of this information is accurate. You're just basing it on what was printed out by the computer.
That is correct.
Okay. So you believe based on this printout that arrest date, September 9, 2013 is an accurate date of arrest, right?
According to Odyssey, yes.
You believe that the release date of September the 10th of 2013 is an accurate date, correct?
According to Odyssey, that's correct.
What else on this sheet is there anything on here that's inaccurate?
I do not know.
This was back in 2013. And let's see, it has the date of birth as 8/16/1991. Is that about right?
That's what I see, yes.
Okay, that would make it 22 as opposed to 32, right?
If my math serves me correctly, yes.
All right, so the information, at least the date of birth, it looks like somebody put that information incorrectly. It's wrong, right?
I do not.
Okay. I mean, doing your math.
I mean, I don't know if that's his official birthday or not, so I can't say.
Okay, if that's his official birthday, then that age is wrong, right?
I guess so.
Okay.
I don't know.
But what else is wrong on this sheet? Anything else that you know?
I do not know.
Objection, as soon as facts not
Okay. Let's see. So you know from, or you can tell from this document that it looks like Mr. Williams was arrested on the 9th, released on the 10th. You know that from the document, true?
That is what I've seen.
You know what he was doing on the 11th?
I have the slightest idea.
Do you know whether he was arrested on the 15th?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
If he knows.
I don't know anything about his arrest records.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge to indicate that he was arrested anywhere between September the 10th and let's say September the 30th of 2013? Anything to indicate for that or that you know about?
Not in front of me, no.
Okay. All right. So I want to ask you about the photograph. You know what a lace front is?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
I'll rule the objection. He can answer it.
Do you know what a lace front is?
Imagine it's something similar to a wig, I guess.
Kind of a wig, right?
Yes.
You know what it means when someone says someone has blonde hair?
Yeah, they have blonde hair.
Yeah. Look to your left. See the young lady?
Yes.
Okay. Blonde hair, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. You're sitting here at the table, closest to me, to my left, with the jacket on. Dark black hair, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's a difference between black hair and blonde hair. True?
Yes.
You know what a ponytail is?
Jim, when the hair is tied in a ponytail, yeah.
There you go, tied to the back, right?
That's correct.
All right, so if you were looking, for example, at the lady right next to you, to your left, you would say that her hair is not in a ponytail. Her hair is just kind of flowing freely and luxuriously, right?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know what it means when a woman is described as heavy-chested?
Yes.
Okay. What would you imagine that? Not imagine. What would that be? If you would describe a woman as heavy-chested, what would your description be?
I guess
He knows.
I'm
Become relevant.
I'm going to sustain what's relevant.
I'll move on.
All right, thank you.
Are you do me a favor if you would respectfully. States Exhibit 124C. We can put that up, please. Or 125. Either one, whichever one has you can get to quickest. All right, that's good. 124C. All right, so we're looking at the person that you would say is Jeffrey Williams based on the booking photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You cannot see his chest in this this photograph, can you?
No, I cannot.
Just kind of down to the neck. All right. And the way you described his hair is it looks like he has dreadlocks, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second, please. Yes, sir. Looking at this picture of Jeffrey Williams, how would you describe his skin tone? Would you describe him as light skinned or dark skinned?
I imagine dark skin.
Okay, like me, right? You consider me to be dark skinned.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yourself to be light skinned, light complected, whatever the term is.
I'm not that light.
Not like you're brown, light brown. All right. All right, but I mean, just to be clear, I mean, seriously, looking at that picture, this is the picture of a dark skinned man with dreadlocks, with dark colored dreadlocks. True?
Yes.
All right. You're a captain, right?
That is correct.
That's all I got, sir.
Anything further?
Yes.
Captain Paige.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good. Can I take a look at 169, 171?
You go. Mhm.
Can you put 170? Captain Paige, good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon.
I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 171M. When did you pull this particular exhibit from Odyssey?
Initially, when I was subpoenaed, yes, because I need to see who I was being subpoenaed for.
Okay, so you did not know before you were subpoenaed that you would be testifying or talking about Mr. Marquavius Huey, correct?
I did not know. That's correct.
Okay. You certainly did not take the booking photo, correct?
I did not.
You did not enter this information into Odyssey, correct?
That is correct.
Tell this jury, what is Odyssey?
Odyssey is a platform that we use to actually keep track of booking reports, incident reports, arrest, and various other things that we use to track inmate movement and things of that nature.
So there's a human being that actually enters information basically into a software program, correct?
That is correct.
And you call it Odyssey, correct?
Yes.
Now, whenever someone is arrested, Captain Paige, in Atlanta, Georgia, in another state, generally speaking, that person is photographed and we call it a book-in photo, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Huey, he got arrested. He took a book-in photo, correct?
That is correct.
If you were to get arrested, there would be a book-in photo of you, correct?
That is correct.
If President Trump was arrested, there'd be a book-in photo of him, correct?
Sustain the question.
A book-in photo certainly doesn't mean that a person committed a crime, does it?
A booking photo means that they have been taken into our custody and booked into the Fulton County Jail.
Means they were arrested, correct?
That is correct.
Doesn't mean that they actually committed any act, does it?
They have been arrested, but on this innocent proven guilty.
That's right. Now, these charges that are located on this particular document, this Odyssey printout, these are the charges that the particular officer gave that particular person when they arrested them, correct?
I imagine so, yes.
Right. And you don't know, as you sit here today, how this particular, each one of these charges, how they resulted ultimately in court, correct?
I do not know the disposition.
And with respect to the dispositions, this was a Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County arrest, correct?
Well, APD arrested them, so yes.
And when a person is arrested by APD, that person is charged and prosecuted by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. There's going to be a prosecution, correct?
I'll let you know. Sustain the question.
Do you know anything about this particular Exhibit 171? Do you know who prosecuted this case?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know if this case was indicted?
I have the slightest idea.
Do you know if there was any type of resolution to the case in terms of negotiation?
I know nothing about this case.
You don't know anything about Mr. Huey, correct?
Other than seeing him on the floor in the past.
Okay. Have you ever had a conversation with him?
I cannot recall.
And you were asked to come here basically to just simply testify that this particular book-in photo belonged to Mr. Huey, correct?
For the most part, yes.
Nothing else about the case, correct?
Nothing else about the case.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, State Judge, just very briefly. First, let's republish States 125. Next question. Can you describe for the jury what color are the ends of the dreads that you see in this picture?
It appears to be a blondish color.
And on cross, you were asked a couple of questions by defense counsel for Mr. Williams, and I want to ask you a little bit about Odyssey. Does Odyssey update the birth, the age of the individual as time passes?
That right there, I do not know.
I ask you a different question. For a person born on August 16, 1991, would that person, if living, be 32 years old today?
It'd be in 2024. They'd be roughly going on 23.
And On cross, you stated, for Mr. Matthews, stated to Mr. Matthews, that, we use a certain thing to track inmate movement. When you say we, who are you referencing?
Just the Fulton County Sheriff's Office as a whole.
And, when you say, across, you indicated that you know nothing about this case. What did you mean by that?
In terms of the outcome of the case, disposition, if he was placed on probation, I know nothing about that part of it.
In your particular capacity, is that something that you'd be concerned with?
No.
No further questions, gentlemen.
Anything further, Mr. Adams or Mr. Matthews?
Nothing on behalf of the employees, sir.
Nothing about Mr. Ely.
All right, maybe, may we permanently or temporarily excuse Captain Paige?
Temporarily, Your Honor.
All right, Captain Paige, I'm going to temporarily excuse you as a witness. Appreciate your patience with us. So when you're subject to being recalled, we'll call you, okay?
Yes, sir.
But don't discuss your testimony to anybody except the attorneys in this case, all right?
Am I free to leave for the whole day?
You're not going to call him back before the end of the day, right? Yes, so that answer is affirmative. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about 12:40. How about we take lunch and come back at 1:45? How's that sound? Okay, all right, remember the admonitions I've given you, but if consistent with those admonitions, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back in about an hour, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. We're in recess until 1:45. We'll talk then, okay? All right, we're in recess. Okay, all right. The disrespect that you received, Mr. Botts, is just unimaginable. Okay, all right, just want to make sure we got that covered, okay. All right, Sergeant Ingram, all our jurors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir.
Roberson-El. You're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Can we please?
You don't have a jacket? 'Cause in order for me to, I'll go ahead, I'll mention this, earlier. I have a hard time varying the temperature, so it's easier if you go ahead and bring a jacket you can kind of just put on. Because if I call them, here's what's gonna happen. It's probably gonna get too hot. So, and I'll give you another secret with you. If it's colder in here, people tend to pay more attention and they don't fall asleep. So, but I'll see what I can do to vary the temperature. But thank you, Sergeant Ingram. But in the future, just bring a jacket. Put your jacket on or the like. Okay. All right. But I'll make a phone call, see what I can do for you. Okay. State, you ready with the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Who you calling now, madam?
State called Detective Roberson-El.
All right, Detective Roberson-El, if you could turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
You swear first testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat. First and last name.
L. Malik Roberson-El, ELMALIK, ROBESON-EL.
And Detective Roberson-El, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
over 16 years.
And what is your current time?
I work fraud unit,
And how long have you been assigned to the fraud?
a little over 2 years.
Prior to being assigned to the fraud unit, tell the jury a little bit about your matriculation through the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, did a couple years on patrol in Zone 3. From there, I was promoted to detective, where I investigated all the crimes in the Zone 3 area. I also was a detective in Zone 4 and Zone 5, where I did all investigations within the zone. I worked the ag assault unit, where I was responsible for investigating shootings. And from there, I worked the fraud unit.
And what years were you assigned as an officer? First as officer Zone 3, and then when did you transition to a detective in Zone 3?
Okay. After graduating academy, I went straight to Zone 3. In 2008, I was a detective. I made detective 3 years after patrol to Zone 3. So I did 3 years patrol and 3 years as an investigator in Zone 3.
Okay. And how long were you a detective in Zone 3?
3 years.
So from 2011 to about 2014?
Yes.
And are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
And were you post-certified on September 11, 2013?
Yes, I was.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to September 11th, 2013, where you assigned as a Zone 3 detective on that day.
Yes, I was.
Tell the jury a little bit about your job duties and responsibilities as a detective in Zone 3.
As a detective in Zone 3, my job was to investigate all the crimes in Zone 3 with outstanding perpetrators. All the crimes except for homicide and sex offenses.
I want to direct your attention specifically to September 11, 2013. Did you have the occasion to respond to the Summerdale Apartments located at 2745 Old Hapeville Road, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And is that located in Fulton County?
Yes.
If I was driving from 75 South, how would I get to Summerdale? If I was driving 75 South, how would I get to the Summerdale Apartments?
Okay, you would get off on the Cleveland Avenue exit. You would make a right, and then approximately a quarter of a mile, you would come to Old Hapeville Road.
If I was coming 75 South, I'd go right?
If you was coming, if you was coming 75, you would be coming, you would make a left on Cleveland Avenue. I'm sorry. You would make a left on Cleveland Avenue, come down approximately a quarter of a mile, and Old Hapeville will be on your right. And it'll be the first apartment complex on your right-hand side.
And back in 2013, if you can recall, what were some of the landmarks in and around Old Hapeville and Cleveland Avenue?
It was a McDonald's on the corner of Cleveland Avenue and Old Hapeville. It was a laundromat across the street from the McDonald's, and on the opposite side of the street, it was a school.
And were you familiar with the Summerdale apartments?
Yes, I was.
How were you familiar with those apartments?
Because as a patrol officer, I was assigned to the crime suppression unit, and my assignment was that whole Cleveland Avenue corridor where I was responsible for making quality of life. I was working as a discretionary officer. You know, I was put anywhere necessary they needed me for in patrol.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back to September 11th. Why did you respond to the Summerdale apartments that day?
Myself, Investigator Higgins, and Investigator Porter responded to 2600 Hateville for aggravated assault. And prior to responding to that call, I had ran into a suspect. I ran into a guy that I was familiar with in that area, from patrolling that area. I just had a little small conversation with them. And me assisting Investigator Porter and Booker Higgins on this call, the lady gave the description of this guy that I was just previously talking to as the suspect. And I was
So let me slow that down for you real quick. So earlier, before you responded to Summerdale apartments, you had saw another individual. Where did you see that person at?
At the gas station. It was a BP on the corner of Cleveland Avenue and Hateville.
And when you first saw that individual at the gas station, did you know him to be a suspect in anything when you first saw him at the gas station?
No.
All right. And after leaving the gas station, did you then go to this 2600 apartment complex?
No, I went back to the precinct.
Okay.
I went back to the precinct, and that's when we had a call come out. That's when the call came out, the aggravated assault. So at that time in Zone 3, as an investigator, we all went out in a group. We didn't go individual. We all went out to a group, as a group, to assist each other on the scene if we was needed. And also, it was to give junior investigators like myself to ride along with senior investigators such as Investigator Higgins and Investigator Porter.
All right. So you went back to the precinct, and then you, Investigator Porter, and Investigator Booker Higgins then go to the 2600 location to respond to the. Okay. When you left the precinct, where did you go?
When we left the precinct, we went to 2600 Hateville Road.
And why did you go there?
To respond to an aggravated assault, to follow up with the victim.
And what happened once you got to that location, 2600 Hateville Road?
The victim gave a description of a male that was involved in that incident. And when she gave the description, he fit the description of the gentleman that I just spoke with prior to the incident.
Okay.
In the same area.
And what happened once you made that realization that the person that the victim was describing matched the person you saw earlier that day?
I was familiar with him, and I knew that all of the guys that he hangs out at this apartment complex at Old Hateville Road, which is 2745 Old Hateville Road. They hung out in those apartments.
Okay. And would that be the Summerdale apartment?
The Summerdale apartments, yes.
All right. So once you recognize or realize that they would hang out at the Summerdale apartments, what did you do?
Okay, I told the other investigators that they hang out at this location. Let's ride through to see if we see the perpetrator.
And when you said let's ride through, who are you speaking with?
Investigator Booker Higgins and Investigator Porter.
And were you all the same three people that had initially left the precinct together to respond to 2600 Hateville Road?
Yes.
All right. Once you go, do you go over to Summerdale apartment?
Yes, we drove over to Summerdale Apartments. We pulled up to the front gate. The front gate was closed. It's usually open. On this particular day, the gate was closed. So we pulled into the visitors hub side parking. And a vehicle pulled up beside us on the residence side. It was a blue four-door. It was a blue four-door sedan, and it was occupied by two young black males, appeared to be very young. So I thought the vehicle was stolen, so I kind of kept an eye on them. So once they went in, the gate opened, they went in through the residence side. We followed them in. I continued to watch them. Booker Higgins and Porter was just having a conversation between the two, but I just continued to watch the vehicle because it was kind of suspicious.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on for 1 second. You're on permission to approach?
As long as you show that document to the defense.
We sent this to the defense counsel, but I'm gonna show, already sent the defense counsel, states exhibit 1C through 60. I want you to take a moment, flip through those, and some of you recognize this is the 1C through 60.
Say it again, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
Flip through, tell me if you recognize what's contained in exhibit 1C through 6C. Charles, 1C, Charles, and 6 Charles.
Yes.
And do you recognize what's in 1 Charlie through 6 Charlie?
Yes.
How do you recognize what's in 1 Charlie through 6 Charlie?
I used to work this area. This is the area of the incident, Summerdale Apartments.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the Summerdale Apartments on September 11, 2013?
Yes.
You're on this time, the state would like to tender states exhibit 1 Charlie through 6 Charlie into evidence.
Any objection to states 1 Charlie through 6 Charlie? All right. States 1 Charlie through 6 Charlie admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. So before we go into 1 Charlie, are all three of you all, you, Booker, Higgins, and Porter, in the same vehicle?
Yes.
If you can tell the jury, where was everyone seated at in the vehicle?
I was sitting on the front passenger side. AC Booker Higgins was sitting behind me in the back seat, and Investigator Porter was driving.
Okay. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 1C, what are we looking at State's Exhibit 1C?
The entrance.
All right. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 2C. Looking at State's Exhibit 2C, can you see the area where the gate is that you were just referencing that you all went through?
Yes.
If
Yes.
you could take a moment and stand up, and there's a stick on top of the, if you can point to the gate area in which you were just describing.
Yes, this is the gate area right here.
All right.
This is the entrance.
And to the left, does it appear that the gate is open?
Yes.
All right. Was that the entrance into the apartment or the exit out of the apartment?
This is the exit
All right. And where would the entrance be?
right here.
All right. Thank you so much. Looking at State's Exhibit 3C. Is that going into the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. And 4C?
That's the vehicle that the gentleman was in beside us.
Okay, you described it as blue earlier. Are you sure this is the vehicle with it being gray?
Gray is bluish. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I couldn't tell the difference.
Okay, but that appears to be the car.
Yes.
All right. And looking at 5C? Is that also inside of the complex?
Yes.
And looking at 6C? Is that also inside the complex?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Now, were you all in uniform when you were fired?
I was the only one in uniform at that time.
Was it uncommon for Investigator Porter, Investigator Booker Higgins not to be in uniform?
No.
Why is that?
Because this is actually a plain clothes capacity. Sometimes we may wear uniforms if we might have some extra work to do, or they miss, like if we had side work to do afterwards, or it's just we could wear it as another option.
So in your investigator capacity, it was a plain clothes capacity.
Yes.
All right. And you said if you might have side jobs, you mean like extra jobs?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you get into the apartment complex, tell the jury what happens.
Once we went inside the apartment complex, I continued to watch the vehicle. The vehicle pulled into a parking space. Two black males got out of the vehicle, and I continued to watch them as we drove by. Investigator Porter eventually drove past them and just continued to drive to the back of the complex.
Let me ask you this. were the individuals that got out the car the initial suspect that you were looking for?
No.
Okay, continue on.
Okay. So we continued to travel to the back of the complex. Before we could get all the way to the back of the complex to go around, we heard gunshots. We heard a series of gunshots. I said, those are gunshots. They thought they were fireworks, but I said, no, those are gunshots because it sounded like a series of shots. I said, Porter, turn around. So when she turned back around, we started heading back. I saw a gentleman with a red shirt running behind another male shooting. So I said, Porter, go, go, go. So eventually, I thought Porter missed him. She didn't see him. I thought she didn't see him. She was ready to drive by him. So I just said, stop right here. And I jumped out the car. And I had my weapon. I told her to pull out on the radio, which is mean, just let radio know where we are and what's going on. I didn't have really much time to communicate because I was reacting to the incident. So I got out with my gun out, and I had my gun out on the gentleman that had on the red, and he just started running towards me. I was standing right next to the car. I didn't know that he was running towards this car. So he got into a maroon car. He jumped into the rear back seat of a maroon car. So I got close on the car so I could see inside the car. I wanted to, so I told everybody, let me see your hands. Put your hands where I could see them. I looked at the driver in the car because I stood on the angle so where I could see into the car, see everybody. And the driver looked me in my face, revved the engine, put the car in drive. And as he pulled off, I jumped out the way and I shot a shot. And he hit he hit investigators, Porter's. He hit the car with the two investigators in it because they never got out of the vehicle. So he hit them, and I fired another shot after that. At this time, he's being reckless. The whole incident, they was being reckless. My life was in jeopardy. My partner's lives was in jeopardy, and so was everybody else's lives around us. So the vehicle just sped off at a high rate of speed out of the apartment complex. He smashed the front gate. And once he smashed the front gate, he went up in the yard right directly across the street from the apartment complex. And from that point on, he went out of my sight of view. I think he went off the side. He went off the side of an embankment. Investigator Porter and AC went off behind him, followed behind him. I was standing there, and I called for assistance. And that was the end of the incident from my perspective.
Okay, so we're going to sit down pretty fast. So we're
Oh,
going to
I'm
slow.
sorry.
It's okay. So we're going to slow down a little bit. Let me ask you this: what kind of vehicle are you, Investigator Porter, Investigator Booker's in?
In a Taurus, Ford Taurus.
All right, and was that the APD issue or City of Atlanta issued vehicle?
Yes, it was a detective car at the time.
You may now.
I'm showing what I've already given to the defense counsel.
So sorry.
Sure, it was already pre-marked as Stacy's Exhibit 25C through 30C. Please take a look at 25C to 30C. How many of you recognize 25C to 30?
Yes,
And how many recognize it? 25C to 30?
that's the detective vehicle that myself and my partners were in.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of the vehicle that you all were in on September 11, 2013?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 25C and 30C into evidence, through 30 Charlie into evidence.
Any objection to states 25 Charlie through 30 Charlie?
No, sir, no objection.
All right, 25 Charlie through 30 Charlie are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
First, looking at 25C, first, is that the apartment complex?
Yes.
No.
No.
Is it yes or no? Sorry.
I can't tell. No.
Oh, but is that the vehicle that you all were in?
Yes.
All right. And you said that you were in the front passenger seat,
Yes,
and Porter was the driver,
yes,
and AC Booker Higgins was in the back seat.
yes.
You're right. Orienting.
I'll overrule the objection on the basis of that.
All right. Now going back to, listen, you can take it down. Going back to the apartment complex. Did you testify that when you first drove in, that you drove towards the back of the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. And once you got to the back of the apartment complex, if you can tell or if you can remember, how long were you driving before you heard the shots fired?
It wasn't that long. We were driving pretty slow. So I say approximately like 2 or 3 minutes, because we was doing a canvas. It was really just driving slow, looking for the suspect.
Okay.
So.
And once you heard the gunshots, did you turn the car? Did investigator Porter turn the car around immediately?
Yes.
All right. And then once she turned the car around, was she going back into the direction that she was leaving the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. And once she turned around, what happened?
Once she turned around, she was driving as if she was going to leave the apartment complex. Like, cause I was assuming she didn't see the incident, because she was like she was going to head out the apartment complex. And that's when I told her to stop right here, and I just jumped out.
When you said you saw a person shooting, was that before you turned the car around or once y'all turned the car around?
As we started approaching, because we was kind of far away where you really couldn't see, because it was cars in between, and it looked like they was in between cars, and I was on the passenger side, and I was looking for it. So she was pretty much just driving. I guess she didn't see. I don't know. I can't tell you what she saw. Right. I can't tell you what she saw. I'm going to tell you what.
I stand the objection.
Yes. So don't tell me what she saw. Just tell me what happened. So she drove by the vehicle.
Yes, she drove by the vehicle. Yes.
When you said you saw a person in a red shirt shooting, how far were you when you saw that person shooting?
Say approximately 10, 15 feet.
Were you in the car when you first saw him shooting, or did you see him shooting once you got outside of the vehicle?
I saw him shooting, running away from the vehicle, shooting with my back turned. I didn't actually see the gun in his hand. I heard the gunshots and I saw him because his back was towards me. But as I got closer to me, I saw the gun in his hand, and that's when I jumped out.
Okay. And once you jumped out, what happened?
Then I had my weapon on him, and I'm telling him to drop the weapon. I'm telling him to drop the weapon, but he didn't comply. He just continued to run towards the car.
All right. And when you get out and you're telling him to drop the weapon, the car that he runs to, how far are you from that car?
To be honest, I wasn't sure how far it was. It was behind me. I was focused on the threat at the time. I got kind of like tunnel vision at that time.
Okay. Did you see that individual get into the car?
Yes.
Once he got into the car, what did you do?
I ran up on the car.
All right. And when you say you ran up on the car, where were you?
I positioned myself like on the corner. That way I could see all angles of the car. Like on a corner where I'm in towards the right front light.
And was this car pulled in or was it back then?
It was back then.
All right. So when you go up to the car, are you now facing the driver?
No, I was facing the passenger and the driver. The driver, I could see both of them clearly.
All right. And when you saw the passenger and the driver, what did you see?
I just saw I saw both of them, but I couldn't tell you what they looked like. I kind of locked in on the driver because I wanted to make sure he saw me. I was like, showing eye contact with him. So I was locking in with him to make sure he saw me because I wanted to make sure he saw me.
And you said you want to make sure he saw you. So the driver, was it a male?
Yes, it was a male. Yes.
Were you able to see the passenger?
No.
The front passenger?
No, I couldn't tell you what the passenger looked like.
Do you know if the passenger was a male or a female?
No.
Right. Were you able to see if there was anyone else in the car besides the person in the red shirt that got into the vehicle?
Yes,
Was there anyone else in the car?
yes. It was I only saw 3 people in the car. I only saw 3 people in the car. Yes. If that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Yes.
So you saw the driver? You shook your head.
Yes,
You saw the person in the red shirt that got into the car.
yes.
And who was the third person that you saw in the car?
I don't know who the third person was.
Where were they seated in the car?
They were sitting in the passenger seat.
So you saw that there was a body in the passenger seat, but you can't tell if it was a male or a female.
Correct.
Once you lock eyes on the driver, what happened?
I looked the driver in his eyes. To see if he was to see if he saw me and to see if he was gonna follow my instructions. But he looked at me and put the car in park. Put the car in drive, as if I wasn't standing there.
And once he put the car in drive, what happens next?
Then I fired a shot.
When you fired the shot, what happens next?
I moved out the way, and then he hit the police. He hit the tourist, and when he hit the tourist, he knocked the tourist out. He knocked the tourist out the way a little bit and proceeded straight.
Do you recall what side of the Taurus he hit?
I'm looking at the photos. He hit it on the right hand side, but I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Like when it initially happened, I couldn't tell you what angle he hit it.
But you know he hit the vehicle.
Yes, I just know he hit it. Yes.
Once he hit the vehicle, what happens next?
He proceeded at a high rate of speed through the parking lot towards the front gate, and he just hit the gate was closed, and he just smashed the gate, went through it.
At the time where the driver fled and smashed through the gate, where was the car that Booker Higgins and Porter was in? Where were they?
Driving behind him.
And did you see when their car left the complex?
Yes.
And did you see when their car left the complex?
No, I didn't see where they went. No.
Okay. But you saw them leave?
Yes.
Once both cars left the complex, what did you do?
I got on the radio and called for help. And I stood there, and then I walked to the end of the apartment complex looking for Booker Higgins and Porter.
And at this point, when Booker Higgins and Porter left, were you the only law enforcement officer left in the complex?
Yes.
I believe you described the vehicle as red or maroon. Did you ever see the vehicle again once it left the apartment complex?
I saw it when it was up on the hill, and I think when I was getting inside the Winnebago, the Winnebago was pulled up. The Winnebago was pulled up like right there in front of the laundromat.
When you say the Winnebago, what are you?
The Winnebago was like the mobile command post that homicide used to pull up on the scene to, I guess, to interview victims and suspects on the scene.
And is this after everything that happened in the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. Is this once they are coming to speak to you about what happened in the apartment complex?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what our Central Defense Counsel is stated in 7C through 15C and 24C. And were you in uniform that day?
Yes.
And why were you in uniform today?
I think I had an extra job after.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7C through 15C and 24C. Tell me if you recognize. You look through and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize first State Exhibit 7C through State Exhibit 15C?
This is the apartment complex parking lot.
And that appears to be from 7C to 15C, a very active picture of the apartment parking lot on September 11, 2013.
Yes, yes, it is.
And then looking at State Exhibit 24C, how do you recognize the 24C?
That's me.
Is that you on September 11, 2013?
Yeah, it is.
This time the state like the 10 or 7C, 15C, and 24C. Is that?
Any objection to state 7C through 15C and 24C, Mr. Adams?
There is no objection.
All right, state 7 through 15, 7 Charlie through 15 Charlie and 24 Charlie admitted and be published as you see it.
First, I want to start with 2. And I want to kind of flip through looking at 2C going into 3C. And I want to go back to 2C. Looking at 2C, once you went into the apartment complex, which direction did you go? To the left or to the right?
To the right.
All right. Now looking at Stacey Exhibit 3C, is that right? Is that picture in the direction that you all drove?
Yes.
Looking at 4C, does that appear to be in still that same direction in which the car initially drove when it went inside of the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 5C, does that appear to be still in that same direction that the car drove when y'all initially go inside the apartment complex?
Yes.
And then looking at 6C, is that same area when you testified you drove towards the back of the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at Stacey Exhibit 7C, does that appear to be, as you described, when you turn the vehicle around, the direction going back out of the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right. Do you see anywhere between 5C through 7C? Is there anywhere in those pictures, if you could tell the jury, were you in any of those areas when you first heard the gunshots? That's if you remember.
No, I wasn't. I don't think so. I can't recall that. No.
All right. But you know that you drove in this direction of the apartment complex?
I sustain the objection.
Yes.
Is that the area that you drove in?
Yes.
Right. Looking at Stacey Exhibit 8C. From Stacey Exhibit 8C, what are we looking at?
The gray sedan, gray to four-door sedan. And we're
And
looking at the entrance of the apartment complex.
and if you could stand up again for me one more time and use the stick and show the jurors where's the entrance. And is that the direction that both the red car and the car with Booker Higgins drove out of after the shots were fired?
Yes.
All right. Looking at Stacey Exhibit 9C. Is that a closer up of the gate?
Yes.
All right, and now looking at 10C and 11C. If you can tell the jurors or show the jurors the gate in which you saw the red car flee through. And I see you pointing is the gate on the left-hand side of Stacey's exhibit 11C.
Yes. It's on the left side, yes.
When you saw the red car go through that gate, was that gate closed or open?
It's closed.
All right. And that's after they went through that gate?
Yes.
All right. You can sit down. Yeah, you talked about homicide having arrived on the scene. First, was anyone killed in this particular incident?
Not that I know of. I wasn't told so, but at that time, before GBI took over our investigations, homicide handled all officer-involved shootings.
Okay. And would that be the reason why homicide was there to investigate the officer-involved shooting?
Yes.
And is that because you discharged your firearm?
Yes.
And was there an investigation?
Yes.
And what's the status of that investigation?
I was cleared.
Court's indulgence for a moment. The individual that you saw shooting in the red shirt, was that the individual that you were initially coming over to the apartment complex to look for? Okay. So what you ended up engaging in was separate from your original reason of actually going over to the apartment complex?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross. Yes, EL space MALIK. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
It is Roberson-El, is that correct?
Yes.
And tell me your rank.
Detective.
Detective. All right, thank you. Just got a couple questions for you, if you don't mind. Let me start where you ended. You were asked about whether or not there was an investigation, and there was in fact an investigation on this date, right?
Yes.
Now, this was back in 2013, a little bit over 10 years ago. True?
Yes.
All right. And the investigation that you were talking about was the investigation into you discharging your firearm, correct?
Yes.
All right. But in fact, there was a larger investigation in regards to the incident that took place out there on that day. True?
Yes.
All right. Did you have anything to do with that investigation?
No.
You did have to give a statement, though, didn't you?
Yes.
You had an attorney. Is it Rachel Samuda? Is that the attorney's name?
I don't remember. I think that's her name. Yes,
I mean, it's 10 years ago, so it was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
All right. But you remember that you were called upon to give a statement about what happened on that day.
Yes.
Now, this is September 11th of 2013, and here you are at the Summerdale apartment complex, correct?
Yes.
It's you, it's Porter, who's driving, right?
Yes.
You're in the front passenger seat of this grayish, bluish Taurus that you guys were in, right?
Yes.
And then you got Booker Higgins, Officer Booker Higgins, who's in the rear seat.
Yes.
Behind you or behind Porter?
Behind me.
Okay, all right. I'll come to the apartment complex, and if I heard you correctly, you're looking for someone, and so you're kind of on alert.
Yes.
Right? I take from what you said, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that Booker Higgins and Porter were talking, but you were alert, looking for the people or the person that you were looking for, right?
Yes.
At some point, you hear gunshots.
Yes.
All right. Now I want to focus in right there, because you hear the gunshots, And are you in the car when you first hear the gunshots?
Yes,
But you got out of that car, striking. You saw someone running behind somebody else.
yes,
The person who was running behind the person had on a red shirt.
yes,
That person was firing a gun.
yes,
Now, you didn't see the gun being fired, but you heard gunshots.
yes.
You could see that that person had a gun in their hand.
I got close enough.
Okay. Am I correct that you hear the shots and then you get out of the car and that's when you see the person running behind the other person?
No, I got out the car. I got out the car once I saw him running with the gun in his hand. Once I got close enough to see it.
And just so we're clear, what you're looking at that point is you're looking at two people, right?
Yes,
You're seeing someone in front who's running, right?
yes,
And another person in a red shirt behind, running after or running behind that person, shooting.
yes,
Okay. You don't see anybody else, engaged in that, I'll say pursuit. You see a runner and someone chasing, right?
yes,
Those two individuals, that's it.
yes.
Okay. You yell something to the effect of drop it or let me see your hands, something like that.
Police drop gun, yes.
Okay. Now, at that point, the person is still,
Yeah,
all right? You are how far behind, well, are you behind the person? They're not running towards you, are they?
they turned around and ran towards me because I was standing next to the car. I didn't know that this is the car that they were running to because I didn't pay attention to the car. I was looking at the threat.
Okay. All right. So let me make sure I'm picking this correctly. It's you, right? This is you. And the two people we're talking about are a ways in front of you.
Yes,
You're standing next to a car,
yes.
and the color of that car is?
It was maroon, like a red, like a low red color.
All right.
Yes.
You don't notice any activity in that car. The only thing you're noticing, you're keyed in on the person shooting and the person who's running from the person shooting, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, police, show me your hand, drop the gun, something that you yell out. At that point is when they turn towards you.
yes,
Right. I heard you say that the person in red, right, who was shooting, got into that car, that maroon car that you were talking about.
yes.
Right. Where did the other person go to? The person who was being chased, where did that person go to?
I don't know. That's a good question. He just disappeared. I don't know if he ducked off between some cars or something or around. I don't know where he went. He disappeared.
Just gone.
Yes,
All right. But red shirt guy gets in the maroon car, and at that point, you are where in relationship to the car?
right beside the car.
All right. And is the car, what is it, pulled into a parking space? Is it back into a parking space?
It was back then.
All right. It's back in, and where were you in front of the car?
No, it's on the side of it,
What's that?
on the passenger side.
Okay. So car, right?
Yes,
Driver side, passenger side. You're on this side. You're on the passenger side of the car in the front.
yes,
Okay. And you said that the person, red shirt guy, gets in where? Where does he get into the car?
he got into the driver's side rear back seat.
Okay. Driver's side, rear back seat. And then you said, your words just a little while ago, is that you locked eyes with the driver of the car.
Yes,
Now, that's what you said a little while ago. You'd given a statement about this back in 2013, didn't you?
yes.
Okay. So I want to come back to that in a little bit, but in terms of what happened then, the car, then comes coming towards you?
I got on an angle.
Okay.
I was on the passenger side. Okay. I come to the angle that way I can see all parties in the car. I wanted to see their hands. And I was saying, let me see your hands. Right. So I could see everybody. But I was keying in on the driver because I wanted to make sure the driver saw me because I wanted him to stop the car. I didn't want him to move. I wanted everybody in the car.
Okay.
That was my intent, to get everybody out the car that was in the car.
Okay. So there were 3 people, right?
I only saw 3 people. That I can honestly say that I'm not saying it wasn't more people. I only saw 3.
You saw 3 people.
Yes.
Okay. And you're right on the car.
Yes.
Okay. And so you fired how many shots?
At that time, I don't know. At that time, I didn't know. They said I fired 1 shot, but you know, you don't know when, and it's like being in a fight, right? If you're in a fight, somebody asks you how many times you hit a person, you probably won't remember.
Okay, fair enough. You fired at the car initially?
Yes.
And then the car went past you, hit the Taurus that you all were in, that
Yes.
Porter was driving, and you fired at the car 2 more times, or you fired at the car again?
Yes.
Okay. You see the car head towards, and we saw the photograph earlier, the I guess front entrance exit of the subdivision, and Porter and Booker Higgins are in the vehicle and they take off after the car.
Yes.
Okay. You don't see where the car goes.
No.
Did you see where the car ended up?
Yes. No, I saw it when it closed, when it went up on from where I was standing. You could see it went up in the front yard across the street from the apartment complex. But after that, I mean, I was familiar with that area, so I knew where it went. Eventually, when it went off the side, it went into laundromat.
Okay. Did you ever go down there?
Yes, that's where I told you that's where the Winnebago was.
Okay.
Yes, I walked up to the front of the complex because I was looking for Booker Higgins and AC because I didn't. That was my ride.
Okay.
And they were my partners.
Did you at some point after all of this takes place, when I'm saying all of this, the shooting, the car driving off and going through the gate, did you at some point have a conversation with Booker Higgins and Porter after that? And I'm not asking you to say what they said, but did you have a conversation with them?
Not really. They separated us.
Okay. Who was that? Because it's considered a quote unquote officer involved shooting?
Yes.
All right. So you got 2 investigations going on at the time, right? You
Yes.
got investigation involving your shooting and the investigation involving the entire incident that took place.
Yes.
Okay. You were called upon. Were you ever called upon to give a description of the person you saw shooting, red shirt person?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to do that, right?
Yes.
Right. You remember at some point when you were talking to, I guess, your superiors or internal affairs or somebody, them asking if you got a good look at the other occupants inside of the vehicle? You remember that question?
Yes.
You remember telling them that I don't remember what they look like?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you know the difference between a male and a female, true?
Yes.
You know the difference between someone who is light-skinned and an African-American person who's light-skinned and someone who's dark-skinned, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's a difference. I don't want to categorize anybody, but there's a difference, for example, in skin tone between yourself and myself, true?
Yes.
Okay. You know what a lace front wig is?
Yes.
All right. You know what it means when someone has blonde hair?
Yes.
Do you know what it means to say that someone has a ponytail, their hair tied back?
Yes.
You know what it means when someone might describe someone as being heavy-chested?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say that you, Booker Higgins, and Porter were separated when giving statements about the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Were you charged with doing any sort of canvassing in the area looking for anyone?
No.
Okay. Did you have occasion to speak to anyone in the laundromat the vehicle ended up?
Yes, I wound up talking to Officer Black.
Okay. Officer Black, but what about laypersons, citizens, regular non-police folks?
No.
Okay. All right. Did you at any point tell any of the investigators or any other officers on the scene that the driver of the vehicle was a female?
No.
Okay. Did you at any point end up telling any of the officers or investigators on the scene that the driver of the vehicle would have had blonde hair and a lace front wig? Did you tell anybody that?
No.
Okay. It sounds like, and detective, tell me if I'm right about this, that after the incident occurred, after the shooting, the other police arrived at the location, and you're kind of taken out of the scene at that point. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
They took your weapon, didn't they?
Yes.
Did they find the shell casings that came from your weapon that fired?
I don't know anything about the incident.
Okay. So in terms of what was found at the scene, evidence, shell casings or not shell casings, anything like that, you weren't involved in that and you weren't advised of the findings, the physical findings at the scene?
They didn't tell me anything.
Okay. Did you have any dealings with the vehicle, that maroon vehicle that we're talking about, after it left the location and ended up over by the laundromat?
No.
Officer Porter, driver of y'all's Taurus, at the time that, and Officer Porter is a female, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long has she been on the force at APD at the time that this incident occurred?
I'm not sure. She was a veteran. She was a veteran to me at that time. I don't know. Probably over 10 years.
Okay, so she's been on the force longer than you?
Yes.
Okay. What about Booker Higgins?
Yes.
Also a veteran?
Yes.
Okay. On the force longer than you at the time this incident occurred?
Yes.
Both of them, as far as you know, trained and seasoned police officers?
Yes.
And of course, part of being trained and seasoned police officer is being able to make identifications, observe crime scenes and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes.
All right. Detective, give me 1 moment. Judge, can I have 1 second, please? All right, I've got a few more for you. Just a few. Part of the investigation, all right, that was conducted into the, and again, I'm using the words officer-involved shooting, the words that you used, which I think is a technical term, right?
Yeah.
Part of the investigation focused around whether you were justified in shooting at that vehicle, right?
Correct.
And in fact, you knew, and in your mind, you positively knew that the driver of that maroon vehicle posed a threat at that point.
Yes.
Drove at you.
Yes.
Forcing you to fire your gun because you were in imminent danger of being run over and possibly killed by that driver of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
That same driver of this maroon vehicle hit a vehicle that your colleagues were in, Porter and Booker Higgins.
Yes.
Evidently, or obviously evidencing that driver of the vehicle's intention to do harm, as far as you can tell, to the folks in the vehicle and get out of there.
Correct.
And then proceeded to crash through what looked to me like an iron or metal gate at the front of the complex, true?
Yes.
Obviously, the driver of that vehicle engaging in what you would consider to be dangerous, deadly, and reckless conduct. Am I right?
Yes.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you, sir.
Any additional cross? Redirect.
Detective Roberson-El, when you, were you the only individual that got out of the vehicle at the time where the shooting occurred?
Yes,
All right. And when you said that you stood, when you were looking into the car, you were on the passenger side of the vehicle
yes, the front, yes,
and you were looking into the vehicle?
yes.
I'm going to walk up to you. I want you to tell me, I'm going to walk back. Tell me to stop when you see the approximate distance you were from being able to look inside the car, okay? Was I this close to you?
Yes, that close.
So you were locked in like this?
Yes.
Looking into the car?
Yes,
Locked in like this. When you looked at the driver, was it a male or a female?
it was a male.
Did that male have a wig on?
No,
Did the male have any blonde hair?
no,
Was a man?
yes,
Clear, you know it was a man.
yes,
No ifs, ands, or buts, it was a man.
it was a man.
All right. Now, looking at the driver, were you able to see if anyone was sitting behind the driver?
I couldn't, no,
You couldn't.
no,
Is that because you were locked into the driver?
yes.
For purposes of just clarity, when Miss Hylton walked up on you, how far were you from the vehicle when she stopped?
I was up on a bumper.
So how close?
I say probably like, I was directly up on it. I say
Less than 3 feet, less than 5 feet?
less than 5 feet.
All right.
When you were up here, how far was the car that Booker Higgins and them were in? Where was the car?
The car was behind me. I don't know how, I don't know where they were positioned behind me because I got out. Like when I got out the vehicle she was still kind of rolling a little bit. So I jumped out because like I told you, she was going to ride past. So she was still driving slow, but I jumped out while the car was still riding because once I saw the weapon, I wanted to be able to react if I had to, if I had to shoot him.
And when you said the car was rolling by, this is where the car is the front of the car past the front of the red car? Is the front of the blue Taurus past the front of the red car?
Yes, it was past, yes. Yes.
No further questions.
All right.
Any further examination, Mr. Adams?
If I heard you correctly, you said that you were about, and I'm gonna estimate I'm standing about maybe 8, 9, 10 feet from you, right? That this is the distance from you to the driver of the vehicle, right?
Probably a little, yes, probably, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, after the vehicle passes by you, it strikes the car that Porter and Booker Higgins are inside of, right?
Yes.
All right. Both of them veteran officers, right?
Yeah.
Presumably both of them able to observe and see nothing wrong with their eyes at that point, right?
Objection, speculation.
I stand corrected.
Do you know if there's anything wrong with either one of their eyes at that time, on that day?
Objection, speculation.
I stand the objection.
All right. The vehicle leaves and Porter and Booker Higgins, who are inside that Taurus, go after that vehicle, right?
Yes.
At some point, they chase after the car, right?
Yes.
At some point, they end up where the car is at the laundromat, right?
I don't know where he went.
Okay. Do you know that the red vehicle ended up at a laundromat?
Yes.
Do you know that Porter and Booker Higgins ended up down there at that same laundromat?
They wasn't at the laundromat.
They were never at the laundromat?
I didn't see him there.
Okay. Do you know if they ever went down there?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know whether or not they had any contact with the people in that red car?
I don't know.
Okay. Who would know about that? Who would know what they saw? Higgins and Porter, right?
Correct.
Standing objection.
Okay. Did you, at any point when this investigation was going on back in 2013, 10 plus years ago, did you ever ask about whether or not the person who was driving that vehicle was a male or female?
No, one asked me, I don't know.
And you never opined, you never said to anyone back then it was a male driving that vehicle, did you?
I just told what I saw. I just told whatever's in that statement. I didn't see no woman.
Yeah, but you didn't see no one.
I didn't see a woman.
Okay, well, I'm asking you.
No.
Were you asked specifically back then whether or not it was a male or female driving that car?
No, I wasn't asked, was it a male or female? I just gave a statement on what I saw.
Right, and what you said at that point was, you didn't get a good look at the people in the car. That's what you said back then, right?
I just told him I saw a male driving and the male got in the passenger side with the red shirt. I meant the rear back seat with the red shirt on. But I couldn't tell you that those are the only two people that I recall seeing. The two men.
13,
Yes.
you told somebody, one of the investigators, that it was a male driving that car?
Yes.
Okay, who the investigator for?
Investigator Quinn.
Quinn.
Yes.
That's all.
Anything further? All right, at this point in time, Detective Al Roberson, be permanent temporary excused who is?
Permanently.
All right, sir, I'm gonna thank you for your patience with us and permanently excuse you as a witness. Just don't discuss testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a stretch break? 10 minutes? All right, we're gonna recess for 10 minutes. All rise. All right, we're being recessed for 10 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, we're going to take up one more witness, and that should take us to the end of the business day with your concurrence, and then I'll tell you what time we start in the morning, okay? All right, somebody next witness, please.
The state house, Ashley Davis Matthews.
All right, let's summon Ms. Davis Matthews, please. All right, Ms. Davis Matthews, good afternoon, madam. Would you please approach the witness stand? Once you get there, if you'd be so kind and turn and face Sergeant Ingram to be sworn as a witness before you sit down, okay?
Okay.
All right.
You swear firm testimony to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Have a seat. State
Ashley Matthews, Ashley, last name Matthews, Matthews.
Good afternoon, Ms. Matthews.
Good afternoon.
And I know she said Ashley Davis Matthews. In 2013, what was your last name?
Davis.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Go over.
No approach, please. Hold on.
Where specifically, what agency employed you?
Sorry, Atlanta Police Department.
All right. Now, do you still work with the Atlanta Police Department?
I don't.
What type of work do you do now?
I am just a stay-at-home mom right now.
Okay.
Mhm.
So how long has it been since you worked with the Atlanta Police Department?
Since 2019.
How long on September 11th of 2013 was it that you had worked with the Atlanta Police Department?
Maybe about 4 to 6 months.
Is it accurate to say you were a new recruit?
That's correct.
Would you tell the jury what type of responsibilities you had as a new recruit?
I was still learning, so I was riding with a field training officer, and I was under his instruction. Whatever he pretty much asked me to do or was lawful, that's what I did.
Excuse me, Your
And
Honor.
who was your field trainer?
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Objection basis.
Objection, what we discussed earlier, may we approach?
All right, come on up.
Step down for a minute.
So I was learning.
Who was your field training officer?
Senior police officer,
Now, you mentioned Zone 3.
yes.
How often did you have an opportunity to patrol or work in Zone 3 up until September the 11th of 2013?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And what were some of the things that you did as a new recruit in Zone 3?
I answered 911 calls. We did a lot of patrolling, just riding around, learning the area, and that was about it for that time.
Did you always go with your field training officer, Black?
Always.
And were you post-certified on September 11th of 2013?
Yes.
On September the 11th of 2013, did you have an opportunity to be working in the area of Cleveland Avenue and Old Hayesville Road?
Yes.
In Fulton County?
Yes.
And I got ahead of myself and should have asked, and is that area in Fulton County?
It is.
All right. Now, what were you doing on that day?
On that day, I was sitting in the patrol car with my FTO officer, and we were doing a directed patrol.
What is a directed patrol?
We're just canvassing the area, making sure that everything is safe, just making sure everything's safe.
And were you working in the area of the Summerdale Apartments in Fulton County on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Were you working at or near the area where the laundromat is across from those apartments?
Yes, I was sitting in a parking lot.
Now, what is it today that you recall about that particular day?
I was sitting in a patrol car, and I'm not sure what I was doing on the computer, but I remember hearing gunshots, and I asked, Black, did you hear that? And he was like, hear what?
I stand.
Okay, I heard gunshots,
Hold on,
and
hold on, I stand the question. You want to rephrase it?
So my question had been, what do you remember about that day? And Your Honor, she was talking about what she remembered. So and she was, I think, just telling what she did that day. The hearsay came in when she said what Black
I sustain it in that direction.
I heard the gunshots, and maybe sometime later, I just remember a car going airborne over me and running into the wall of the laundromat.
What else do you remember today as you sit here now?
I remember some males running out of the car, and can I get a copy of my statement, please? Or too fast?
Let me ask you this.
Okay,
Do you remember anything else as you sit here now?
no,
Now, you asked about a statement. Did you write a statement during that time?
I did.
And was that statement written close in time to when the event actually occurred that you were speaking about previously?
Yes,
And would that statement have accurately reflected what you observed on September 11, 2013 when that car went there?
absolutely.
And was that statement written on September the 12th, 2013 or thereabout?
Yes.
Before I show you that statement, I want to ask you a few more questions.
Sure.
As you sit here today, do you remember how many people got out of the car as you sit here today?
Yes.
Without looking at the
It was about 4 males.
You said about 4 males.
Yes.
Do you remember exactly?
Yes, it was 4.
Okay, 4 males.
Yes,
Do you remember what side of the car they got out of?
I don't.
What else, if anything, do you remember about that particular event?
That's about it.
Without reading out loud what I'm about to show you, and I'll mark as states 128 Charlie. What I'll mark as states 128 Charlie, and which also, Your Honor, has been previously served, so I will show to the defense. If anyone wants to see it, if not, that's fine. It's 2 pages. While you all are looking at that, this is what I should put. And I'll just go ahead and show you 128 Charlie. Is this the statement that you wrote without reading it, without doing anything?
Yes.
All right. Now, and does 128 Charlie consist of 2 pages?
Yes.
All right. And have you had an occasion before today to review 128 Charlie?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you reviewed 128 Charlie, you recognize it as the same statement that you gave on September 12, 2013.
Yes.
And was it an accurate depiction of what you witnessed the day before?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, under 24-8-803, the state tenders State's Exhibit 128 Charlie.
Any objection to states 128
Yes.
Charlie? Basis.
I'm going to object. If the intended in effort to refresh our recollection.
It is not.
Madam, stand by, please. If it be intended in a manner to refresh her recollection, she has the opportunity to review it and then state whether or not the recollection has been refreshed. That's not, as I understand.
So foundation?
Sure.
Okay, all right, okay. All right.
Your Honor.
I'm gonna sustain the objection as to foundation.
Your Honor, I'm not tendering it in an effort to refresh her recollection. She has testified that she does not remember all of the contents. She has also testified that she has previously reviewed State's Exhibit 128 Charlie, and still that she cannot independently recall what happened that day. So under 24-8-8035, hearsay full exceptions, declaring available recorded recollection, the state is tendering the memorandum or record concerning the matter about which this witness once had knowledge but now has insufficient.
Okay, I get it. So it's, y'all approach, please. Okay, states 128, Charlie is admitted over objection with the caveat that's already gone through at the bench, okay?
And Your Honor, I will.
And maybe publish it. Do you need to talk to her, madam?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor, this is back on the seat.
All right, go right ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, pursuant to 24-803-5, the state tenders 128 Charlie. And Your Honor, I will be asking the witness to read up until the letter D.
Okay.
Ms. Matthews, showing the state's exhibit 128 Charlie, is this the statement that you wrote on September the 12th, 2013?
Yes.
And were there questions asked of you during your writing of that statement by A. Calhoun?
Yes.
And did you answer those questions to the best of your ability?
Yes.
All right. Would you read the narrative portion of your statement up until the words, the letter D? And just lean into the microphone and read it to the jury so that the jury can clearly hear what you're saying.
On September 11, 2013, I, Officer Davis, was sitting in the driver's seat next to my FTO SPO Black at the Corn Laundry on Cleveland Avenue at approximately 12 p.m. I backed into the parking space to the side close to the back wall of the location. Maybe 5 minutes later, I told Black I heard gunshots. I'm not sure exactly how many shots I heard. Maybe 2 minutes later, I heard a noise and asked Black what that was. He said, a dumpster truck. Maybe a minute later, I seen a maroon colored vehicle airborne from above the wall and in front of me into the building's brick wall. I thought it was a regular auto accident until suddenly 4 Black males, I remember the front 2 wearing white shirts, started to run from the car. Both I and Black got out of the vehicle. I began to run behind 2 fleeing suspects that jumped the gate when Black told me to come back and get the male suspect laying on the ground. I remember the male had a tattoo on his face, the letter D.
Stop right there. Now, during your statement, were you asked by Investigator Calhoun, can you describe the other people that fled the car?
Yes.
And would you read what your response was to that?
The male, okay, sorry. All four were all Black, and the 2 males that ran had on white shirts.
When Investigator Calhoun asked you, did you see anyone with a weapon on the second page of State's Exhibit 128 Charlie? What was your response if you would read it into the record?
No, when Officer Black told me to go and get my suspect, the one I had dropped some money, it was a bunch of 20s that had blood on it.
And when asked what happened to the individual that walked up to you after the shooting, what did you say?
He was placed in one of the patrol cars.
All right. So let me ask you a little bit about the things that you said during your statement, the narrative portion. You stated, I began to run behind the two fleeing suspects that jumped the gate when Black told me to come back.
I'm gonna object to the prosecutor testifying this point.
I'll stand as the former question.
Would you look at your sentence that begins with, I began to run in the middle of the paragraph?
Hmm. Okay.
Reading that, were the two fleeing suspects that you spoke about that jumped the gate, did you catch those two fleeing suspects?
No.
And were those two fleeing suspects two of the four males that you saw get out of the car?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you some photographs. Before I get to the photographs, I have one more question about them. So you spoke of a person with a DK on his forehead, or the letter.
Objection to the mischaracterization of the testimony and the written statement.
I've sustained the objection, just rephrase it.
You spoke of a person that had a tattoo on his face with the letter D.
Yes.
Okay. Was there another person that Officer Black was tending to while you watched the person with the tattoo on his face with the letter?
I think so.
Could you? Okay, we'll leave it there. I'm going to show you now what has been marked and shown to the defense previously as State's Exhibit 31 Charlie to State's Exhibit 40 Charlie. And would you just look through them?
Sure. Okay.
Looking at State's 31 Charlie through State's Exhibit 40 Charlie, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Do those photographs accurately depict the images shown within the photographs?
Yes.
Do you see any material alterations?
No.
And do these photographs accurately depict the scene that you just described to the jury and that you read the statement about to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 31 Charlie through State's Exhibit 40 Charlie.
Any objection to States 31 Charlie through 40 Charlie?
No objection.
All right. States 31 Charlie through 40 Charlie are admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Matthews, let's start with State's Exhibit 31 Charlie. Thank you. Looking at State's Exhibit 31 Charlie, would you please tell the jury, and I'm going to grab our little pointer here. I think I'm dressed like a professor today. All right, would you tell the jury where the pointer is, what this is right here?
That is the patrol car that I was sitting in on that day.
And I'm going to let you be a professor for a little while. I'm going to give you the pointer.
Okay.
All right, would you please point to the vehicle in State's Exhibit 31 Charlie, if it is depicted that you saw fly over your head and crash into a brick wall?
Sure.
All right. And would you please point to the jury where you were in relation to that vehicle when it flew over your head and crashed into a brick wall? Now, I'm going to approach you and I'm going to back away from you. And would you tell me to stop when I reach the point that accurately reflects the distance you were from that red car when it crashed into the brick wall and 4 black males got out of it?
You can stop. I was about there.
Okay. And about how many feet would you say this is?
Maybe 20, 10 feet.
10 feet?
About.
All right. Thank you. Going to State's Exhibit 33 Charlie. All right. What are we looking at in 33 Charlie?
It's just a different angle from, I guess, the front angle of the patrol car that we were sitting in.
And is the wall that the patrol car is backed up against the wall that that red car flew over?
Yes,
Where were you seated in the patrol car, or were you inside or outside?
I was inside,
Where were you seated in the patrol car when that car flew over your head and crashed into that wall?
the driver's side.
And where were you in that patrol car or outside of it when 4 black males got out of that red car and ran?
I was inside.
Now, do you wear any kind of corrective lenses, glasses or contacts?
Yes,
Did you wear them that day?
I did.
Were you able to see clearly when the 4 black males got out of that car and ran?
Yes.
Was there anything obstructing your vision?
No.
All right. Showing you State's Exhibit 34 chart. All right. Is this a side angle of that car?
It is, yes.
And what area do you, if you recall, was it that you chased the guys towards, the 2 black males that you did not catch that day?
I can't remember.
Okay, there. Showing you State's 35 Charlie. Could you zoom in on the bottom portion next to State's Exhibit 35 Charlie? The part where the money is. State's Exhibit 35 Charlie. What is that? Is that money that was on the scene?
Yes, it is.
And showing you State's Exhibit 36 Charlie. Is that the same vehicle that you saw 4 black males get out of and run?
Yes,
And showing you State's Exhibit 37 Charlie? Is that the trunk of the vehicle
yes,
that they ran from? Showing you State's Exhibit 38 Charlie? Is that the passenger side view of the vehicle from which you saw 4 black males get out and run after that car flew over your feet?
yes,
Showing you State's Exhibit 39 Charlie? Would you zoom into the upper portion? Is that the passenger side view of that same vehicle you just described?
yes,
Is that money on the ground?
it is.
Showing you State's Exhibit 40 Charlie? What are you looking at?
Money and blood.
Are those $20 bills next to the car that the 4 black males ran from?
It is.
Thank you. Just one. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 34 Charlie. Looking at State's Exhibit 34 Charlie. Are there gates in this picture on the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Are there any other gates in that picture?
No.
And does State's Exhibit 34 Charlie accurately reflect the gates that were present at the laundromat when you saw the 4 black males get out of the car and run?
Yes.
And when you read the portion of your statement, midway the paragraph that says, I began to.
Okay.
So that I'm not testifying, would you read that sentence one more time?
I began to run behind the 2 fleeing suspects that jumped the gate when Black told me to come back and get the male suspect laying on the ground.
Do you remember where the male suspect was laying on the ground?
I don't.
And do you remember how long it was approximately that you chased those two males?
I don't remember exactly how long, but it wasn't long.
And by not long, do you mean a matter of seconds?
Probably about 30 seconds, maybe.
Thank you so much. That's all that I have.
Cross.
Matthews, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I heard you say that you were with APD, Atlanta Police Department in 2013, is that right?
Yes.
And you left in 2019.
Yes.
During that period of time, you had had occasion to conduct, I presume, very many arrests, right?
Yes.
Conduct investigations, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to go in and testify on cases as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you are familiar with the prospect of reviewing reports and get prepared to testify about something that you have done in a criminal case, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to this case, obviously you've been called as a witness. Have you had an opportunity to sit down with the state and discuss your testimony or your recollection prior to today?
Yes.
Okay, when did that happen?
I can't remember the exact day, maybe about a month ago.
Okay, at that time, did you have an opportunity to tell the district attorney's office what you remembered from that day?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to review your statement from that day?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a month ago, not just today, it was a month ago when you actually had an opportunity to refresh your recollection about the incidents from back in 2013, isn't that right?
Yes.
It wasn't just that you came in here today and couldn't remember. I mean, you talked about it a month ago with that, right?
We discussed it a month ago.
Yeah, did they ask questions?
They did.
Ask you what you remembered?
Yes.
Ask you what people were wearing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay, all right, but you didn't remember any of that when you came in here today?
I needed a refresher.
Okay, just need to refresh your memory. You didn't need to read the whole report.
I needed a refresher.
Gotcha. Okay, let me ask you a couple questions about that day. You were not, either before or after this incident occurred, you were not the main investigator on this particular case, is that right?
No, I was in field training.
Right. And in fact, did you give any sort of written statement other than when you were asked questions by investigator Calhoun? Did you give a written report detailed everything that happened on that day?
No, I only wrote the statement with Investigator Calhoun.
Okay. And you talked about you were sitting in the passenger side of the vehicle that we saw, the police vehicle, is that right?
I was on the driver's side.
You're on the driver's side. You were driving?
The vehicle was parked.
Okay. Were you the driver that day, or were you just?
That day, yes.
Okay. All right. So when you see the vehicle, the red vehicle, come over you and crash into the laundromat, you get out of the car at that point, true?
I got out of the car once I seen the males running from the car.
Okay, and you pursued two of them that went towards the fence, I guess, right?
Right.
Right. What color shirts were those two wearing?
So it was 4 males. 2 of them had on white shirts.
Okay, all right. And there were additional 2 who remained or were by the vehicle, is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
It was 4 males. 2 of them had on white shirts and 2 males, if I'm not mistaken, ran.
Okay, all right. So the ones that had on the white shirts, were those the ones that stayed there by the car?
I'm not sure.
Okay, let me ask you something very specific then. The one that was on the ground, the one that you referenced had the D tattooed on his forehead. What color was his shirt?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. You remember anybody wearing a red shirt, ma'am?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I don't remember.
How about a blue shirt? Remember anyone wearing a blue shirt?
I can't recall.
No? Okay. When you met with the state a month ago, right, to go over your testimony and to be prepared to come in here to testify, did they ask you any questions? Were you asked any questions about someone wearing a red shirt?
I can't recall if they asked me about that.
You don't remember that? Okay. So you had one individual who was on the ground that was, who was bleeding?
It was one of the males out of the vehicle that was bleeding.
You remember which one?
No.
No? You remember where they came from out of the vehicle?
No.
Okay. You remember you remember who was in the driver's seat of that vehicle?
No.
Okay. Do you remember who came out of the driver's side of the vehicle?
I just know it was 4 males in a vehicle and 4 males got out.
Okay. You don't remember which one came from even, and I was talking specifically about the ones who remained there at the location, right? I mean, you saw them get out of the car, right?
I saw 4 males get out the car.
Okay. And you sure it was 4?
4.
Okay. Did you take any of the 2 individuals who stayed there in custody?
No,
No? Who did?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No,
Was it your field training officer?
no.
Did other officers arrive at the scene?
There were several officers on scene.
Do you remember any of their names?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Okay, you remember how many officers arrived?
It was several officers. I can't remember how many were arrived on scene.
Okay, so what was your role after your field training officer told you to come back to the vehicle?
If I'm not mistaken, I was standing with a suspect that had got shot, and that was my role, to stand there and make sure that he was okay until he went wherever he needed to go.
Which one was that?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you charged with interviewing any witnesses inside of the laundromat?
No,
No. Did you speak to any witnesses in the laundromat?
no,
Did you see any officers? Did you speak to an officer, Booker Higgins?
I know who she is.
Yes. Did you speak to her that day?
No,
Did she arrive at the scene at any point?
I can't recall.
You don't remember if she was even there?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, do you know who an officer Porter is?
I know who she is, yes.
Do you remember whether or not she was there on that day?
I don't.
You remember if she came to the location?
I don't.
Don't know that either.
No,
What about Officer Roberson-El? Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Okay. What about Officer, did you know Officer Calhoun before he took his statement on this
No.
day? No? What about Detective Quinn? You know Detective Quinn?
I don't know him. I know who he is, but I don't know him.
Okay. Did he speak to you in regards to your observations on this day?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you remember the names of any officers who were there that day?
Me and Officer Black?
That's all you recall?
Yes.
All right. All right. Were you ever called to testify in any form or fashion in regards to this arrest
No.
that took place this day? You were not?
No.
All right. And other than a month ago, when you met with the DA's office and went over your statement and you were asked questions by them that you were asked today, did you ever have any occasion to meet with the DA's office and talk to them about this case?
No.
Okay, never since 10 years ago, 2013, right?
That's right.
All right, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Anything further? All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may Ms. Davis Matthews be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
I think she can be permanently.
All right, Ms. Davis Matthews, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Just don't discuss your testimony, anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, thank you, madam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, since some of you are yawning and it might just be the end of the duty day, I think it's serious. This may be a natural starting point for today. So we're going to go ahead and recess for today. Tomorrow, Wednesday, if all of you could be here for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time, and we should have a regular work day tomorrow, okay? Do you have any ministerial inquiry at this point, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, let's go through our customary nightly ad nauseam admonitions. Please don't discuss your testimony, your testimony, what you've heard inside the four walls of this courtroom amongst yourselves. Do not do any extra research tonight. Do not go on any websites or read anything in terms of news accounts of this particular trial. Of course, don't let any third parties discuss this case in your presence. And if somebody should try and do that with you, you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Also, leave your notepads in the basket and take a juror sticker, and we will see you all tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. Any further questions of me? Okay, all right. As of right now, ladies and gentlemen, just for planning purposes, I told you already. You will have from the 5th through the 12th to take a knee, do other things, make appointments, the ones that you can't make now, all right? So go ahead and do that for that particular week, okay? All right. Unless there's any other inquiry of me, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your patience that you've given us. Thank you for your continued patience with us and the patience that you'll continue to give us in the future. Unless you have anything else, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you tomorrow, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Okay. Anything I need to be made aware of? If not, I'll see you all tomorrow morning for 9:30 for anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And the witnesses that we talked about are on the list today. Are they going to be here tomorrow? Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Unless there's anything else, we'll be in recess. I'll see you all in the morning. Okay. Okay. All right.